Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations. Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from the basement of a police station discussing the 2003 crime thriller, Memories of Murder. This film was directed by Bong Joon Ho and written by Bong and Shim Sung Bo, with the story credit to Kim Gwang Rim. Horrified and inspired by a real-life and, at the time, unsolved series of murders, Bong decided to tackle the subject matter for his second feature film. With inspiration from a play that also depicted aspects of the killings, Bong would extensively research the crimes to bring the story to the screen with the most respect possible. While brazenly exposing heavy topics of police brutality and ineptness, Bong balances themes of failure, guilt, and regret with the brutality of the crimes themselves. Even more than 20 years later, Memories of Murder is not a film to be forgotten. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Noreen S., Katie Face, and Skank Sinatra. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. This film is also my birthday pick for the year. So, what did you guys think of Memories of Murder the first time you saw it?
I don't remember the first time I watched it. I know, babe, you made me watch it. I watched it with you, and I really enjoyed it. Watching it for the show again, I still really, really enjoyed this movie. There's a lot to really like about the movie. I think that I don't even know if frustrating with some of the characters is the word for it, because I did laugh at some things that I don't think I was supposed to laugh at. But like, it's just like a comedy of errors. And it's like, oh, wow. But damn, they do such a good job of it. And I was always engrossed. Like, I was like, okay, what's happening next? What the hell? Okay, something's got to pay off for this. Oh, yeah. But man, what a good movie. Like, this was really, really good.
I had very vaguely heard of this film, but it was only through lists that I had seen online, probably connected in some way to my love for Zodiac.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until friend of the show, May from Horror Spiria, really sold this film to me.
Okay.
And recommended it to me with a very hearty endorsement.
Okay.
And so I finally watched it in 2020 and absolutely was blown away.
Yeah.
And it was based on our watching Parasite together, me and Nay.
Yeah.
The first time I didn't walk, to tell Nay that this is definitely one to see.
Yeah.
And it's one that stayed with me because I think that even through the story that they tell, because it is a very bleak and dark and tragic story, there are such moments of Bong's like style and his dark comedy and just the way there's something very special about the way that he makes films. And I think that the last shot that we're left with, you'll never, like your intro said very brilliantly,
Thank you.
it is not one you'll forget.
No, yeah. And I think is it lived in?
Yeah.
Like I'm watching it and I'm like, you seem like a real person.
They do, yeah.
And I think that's something as well that is really refreshing because they are honest to God characters. And you can really watch them and follow them and really get invested in their lives and what is going on as they attempt to figure out this case. I will say part of that
attempt is right.
Attempt is perfect because honestly, I don't know. And me and Nay were kind of trying to get to the bottom of it off mic because Song Kang-ho is one of the most brilliant actors maybe ever. I consider him like Bong's De Niro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think that he is probably one of the greatest actors working today. And I think that understanding of him as a performer completely
tricked
me and kind of rewrote my own memory of what his character was in this film.
Okay.
Because coming back to it 6 years later for the show, because I've only watched it once before.
Right.
And so whenever I came back to it, I was like, you are not at all what I remember.
Right.
I was like, yeah, and Song Kang-ho plays this hero cop. It's like, no, he doesn't.
One of those things is true.
That is true, yes. But I mean, I don't know. I just think that this film is very, very special. I can't say enough for how meticulous and masterful Bong crafts these features.
Yeah.
It's brilliant work. You're never bored. You're engaged. You're invested. It's enthralling. I don't know. Every single thing that you see on screen through the cinematography, the production design, the music is gorgeous in this film.
Yes.
I cannot say enough about the music. I don't know. This is one that really, really spoke to me, and I think that it's one that I'll return to forever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love this. Obviously, I picked it for my birthday. Yeah. I was only vaguely aware of it, and it was T that recommended it to me. And I remember just being blown away by it, being really impressed by it. And again, just to echo some of the things that you guys said, the way that Bong so thoughtfully writes these characters, they feel like real people.
Yeah.
Like, and it was the same thing we talked about for my last birthday movie with Parasite. There's just something that feels very natural, very lived in, like there is history here. And you couple that, and I'll be honest, when I watched this before, I had no idea that this was a real case.
No.
I had no idea. I thought this was just a brilliant film.
Yeah.
And so researching that, learning more about it, and the way that they really did their best to maintain respect for the victims and the victims' family. But I mean, Bong even said himself was like, maybe we can be the ones to find out who did this.
Oh.
And so it's just so interesting to watch, and then it's just as interesting off screen, and it's tragedy and, like you said, frustration, because as you know, we're going to talk about a lot of fucking ineptitude. These characters are not at their peak.
No.
And so to know that I mean, obviously these are fictional characters.
Right.
The case that we're talking about is based off of a true case. These characters are not real. But they do mirror some of the things that were happening for real at the time.
That's crazy.
And so it is, you have this balance of, as you said, T, the black comedy that Bong implements, consistently. But when you step outside of it, you're like, this is funny, but actually it's not funny at all.
Yeah.
It's like this, He had said, I watched in an interview that he was very inspired by the Coen brothers' Fargo. And I'm like, when you think of it that way, you can almost see it.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he said that he didn't want a sleek urban noir crime film. And that this is not. You know,
Right,
he
right.
succeeded. But it's like there is this element of you can't help but laugh. And then another scene will happen and you feel like you'll never laugh again.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, I don't know. He's brilliant. I think he's a complete genius. And this was, I can't imagine what an undertaking this would be to try to balance the telling of the story and still maintain that respect for a crime that was still unsolved.
Yeah.
Of a country that is still reeling and grieving and confused and angry about, this still, it's just a lot. And I commend, this is his second film ever.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Second feature rather. But it's like, I can't imagine being like, yeah, I can tackle that. Like my hat's off.
Yeah.
I did want to briefly kind of go over the production and the thought behind the film before we dive in. And I got my information from a making of documentary, Criterion, the LA Times, ABC News, CNN, and interviews with Bong Joon Ho in BFI, Collider, Daily Korea, and the London Film Festival.
Very nice.
The story of Memories of Murder begins when Bong Joon Ho was still an assistant director. He went to see the play Come to See Me and absolutely loved it, but he wasn't thinking about it any deeper than just enjoying the play. He would go on to co-write and direct his first feature film, Barking Dogs Never Bite. And once that was released in 2000, he began to contemplate what his second film would be. So there are a few things that he knew he wanted to incorporate or draw from. He wanted to make a crime film, and he wanted it to be very emotional and very Korean. And he preferred rural crime films to urban noir films, as I said before. He was also drawing on the failure that he felt from his first film initially not being very well received in Korea. It would later find its audience, and it was shown at multiple film festivals, but it did not do well at the domestic box office. So thinking of these themes, he remembered the play Come to See Me, and he got in touch with the writer and director, Kim Kwang-rim. Barking Dogs Never Bite was released in February of 2000. Bong began contemplating his next film in June of 2000, and by July, he was sitting down with Kim Kwang-rim. He said that they hit it off immediately and ended up talking about the play for 3 hours. And in discussing the play, they, of course, had to discuss the real-life unsolved murders that the play had been based on. From 1986 to 1991, 10 women were found murdered in the city of Hwaseong in the Gyeonggi province of South Korea. They're usually described as women, but the ages of the victims span from 71 years old down to just 14 years old.
Oh, damn.
This is considered, according to Bong, Korea's first serial killer case. And at the time, it was clear that the murderer had contempt for authority and police. And despite a state of war being declared, the murders just wouldn't stop. And it left the area feeling understandably afraid and helpless. And we will be talking a lot more about the actual case at the end of this episode.
Okay.
Bong knew that he couldn't write this film without having his own opinions and familiarity with the actual case. So he began researching the murders. He did this for 6 or 7 months before ever writing a single word of the screenplay.
Okay.
He said that retroactively, he became so invested and consumed that when he watched Zodiac, he related to Jake Gyllenhaal's character, a person outside of the police and detectives who thinks that they might be the one to solve the mystery.
Yeah.
And just a distinction here, because I see a lot of people saying that this is a ripoff of Zodiac. Zodiac came after.
It did.
They're both brilliant films.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need disparage one to lift up the other.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, Bong is reading old newspapers and he's gaining access to files. He's interviewing detectives and journalists that worked the case and covered the case.
Oh, wow.
And he's really understanding their perspectives. He said that he wasn't excited to interview detectives because he never really liked them because he was a troublemaker when he was younger. But it surprised him to how moved he was speaking to them. One of the detectives that worked on the case, he said, kept breaking down in tears. And Bong realized then how badly they really did want to solve the case and how they carried that guilt of not being able to. But after months and months of research, Bong pitches his idea to producers like this. There's an actual murder case in Hwasong, and he's writing about it. The main character is an inspector who looks like a gangster from the Boondocks, and it's about the failures of these inspectors. He called it a farm town thriller. That was his pitch.
Okay.
So producer Cha Sung-jae said, okay.
Hey.
All
He
right.
said that he had full confidence in Bong's ability to tell the story. But there were 3 rules that needed to be abided by. They could not shoot in the actual locations of the murders. They could not make any of the killing scenes graphic or gory because these characters are representing real people, and they couldn't gratuitously show the victims' deceased bodies.
Okay.
And Bong agreed to all 3 terms.
The more you explain the beginnings of this production, it really does put me back in the mind of Zodiac.
Mm-hmm.
The precautions that they took, the respect they had for the families, the interviews they did even.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Bong finally starts to write his screenplay with another producer, Shim Sung-bo, under the working title Come to See Me, same title as the play. And speaking of which, Bong, he named the producer Cha Sung-jae. He said that he told Bong that they didn't have to pay Kim Kwang-rim, the writer and director of Come to See Me, for the rights to the play because the film wasn't an adaptation of the play. It's an adaptation of a real crime. And even if it were an adaptation of the play's an adaptation of a real crime. So they don't owe him anything.
That's wild. Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Bong said that he was so deeply inspired by the play that he insisted that they buy the rights to it. And Kim Kwang-rim is given a story credit on Memories of Murder.
Okay.
That's great.
Yeah.
Bong was having trouble tackling this story from the perspective of it being an unsolved crime, though. When he was showing Barking Dogs Never Bite at the London Film Festival, he was gifted a copy of Alan Moore's graphic novel From Hell about Jack the Ripper. Because he had toured Whitechapel, he was very interested in the case, and so he was given From Hell as a gift. So he turned to From Hell for inspiration. How would this British author approach an unsolved crime? Moore's work influenced him to think less about the killer himself and more about the spirit of the times that produced the killer and the murders. Bong deduced that Alan Moore blamed the murders on the age itself. And to an extent, Bong agreed that this was the case in South Korea as well. The political and societal culture of the time was a contributing factor, not only to the murders, but to them remaining unsolved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Before they started filming, Bong held a Buddhist ritual for the victims without telling the media because they didn't want the publicity or to seem like they were trying to make the case about themselves. But every single person on the cast and crew was involved in the ceremony. After completing Memories of Murder, it was screened at multiple film festivals and selling more than 5.1 million tickets made it the biggest film of the year in South Korea, both financially and critically.
Damn.
Wow.
Which is a wild turnaround from his first film.
Yeah.
More than 20 years later, it is still regarded as one of the greatest crime films of all time. So for my birthday, let's give it the pod mortem treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, before we look this film in the eye, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's begin the investigation. The film begins with the boy, played by Lee Jang-eung, crouched in a golden rice field, staring intently at a grasshopper perched on one of the drooping stalks. He pinches his fingers together, moving slowly and carefully before catching the small creature in his grip. He twists it this way and that, examining it before the sound of vehicles pulls his attention away. He makes his way out of the stalks and onto the dirt road. Peering down its length, he sees a parked car with a red bulb stuck to its top, with smoke pouring from its lifted hood. As a farmer and other children look inside to discern the problem, a tractor makes its way toward the boy on the worn road. Farmers transport the broken down car's occupant on the back of the tractor. Wind sways the rice as the rumbling tractor slowly makes its way down the road. The children chase after it, laughing and brandishing their nets as they taunt. Junk car, junk car. But sitting on the back of the tractor with his legs dangling as he smokes a cigarette is Detective Park Do-man, played by Song Kang-ho.
The man himself.
Yes.
Yeah. We talked about him in Parasite.
Yes. He waves the kids away, unbothered, before his hand disappears into his coat, and he pulls out an obscene gesture for them, his face never betraying his aloofness. Bong said that about 500 people auditioned for this film, but if he wasn't able to get Song Kang-ho as Detective Park, then he would go so far as to say that he would not have made this movie.
Oh, wow.
He only saw Song Kang-ho in this role. He said that he had him gain 20 pounds to play Park, and he and Bong were extremely collaborative, and a lot of Park's lines that made it into the film are ad-libbed by Song Kang-ho.
Oh, wow.
And it's a lot of the funny ones, too.
Okay.
Like, he's very hilarious.
Yeah.
The costume designer was Kim Yoo-sun, and Hwang Hyun-kyu was the head of makeup. They did such subtle makeup and styling on different characters to kind of distinguish them from each other. They said that they brought out the red tones in Song Kang-ho's face and dressed him in 80s style patterned shirts. They gave him a rough buzz cut, and it was also important to Bong that he was never cleanly shaven. So when he had to leave to go do a commercial that needed him to have a smooth face, they glued, until it grew back, facial hair onto him strand by strand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The tractor comes to a stop in front of the boy, still standing in the middle of the road. The grasshopper is now in a jar that he holds behind his back. The farmer, played by Shin Dong-hwan, jumps off the tractor and advises the boy to get out of here. But when Park passes, he rubs the boy's hair wordlessly. He follows the farmer to a culvert, and while the farmer squats down on the side of the road, Park lowers himself to peer inside the ditch. He casts a look over his shoulder for something to light the darkness inside before finding a piece of broken glass in the rice. He snatches it up. As the boy approaches curiously, the farmer reminds him that he told him to get out of here. Park ignores all of this as he lowers the glass into the dark ditch. With the sun glinting off of it, he's able to see a grasshopper inside, perched on bare human flesh. Text on screen informs us, October 23rd, 1986. We pan out to see the body of Park Bo-hee, played by Lee Ga-myun. Her bent legs leaned against the walls of the culvert. Her hands are bound in white cloth and utterly crawling with ants.
This is obviously a very grisly discovery.
Mm-hmm.
And the appearance of those ants, there's something about it that just, it goes all over you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so difficult to see on screen.
Yeah.
I was thinking, and I don't know if this is just me trying to find my way to a thought or maybe a deeper meaning that just isn't there at all, but seeing how the film started with this little boy discovering this grasshopper and then seeing Park discover this grasshopper above this body, it felt like we're kind of having this thing where it started with such innocence.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see this and it's similarly framed.
Yeah.
And it spoke to me in a way that I'm still trying to figure out, I think.
Okay.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, he grabbed the mirror and he was reflecting the light on there, seeing the ants. My first thing was, how long has she been here?
Yeah.
How old is this crime? What, you're barely finding this?
Mm-hmm.
Something that they did that I thought was really interesting, the makeup department and unfortunately we will be seeing more found bodies for the actresses portraying the deceased bodies, they applied their makeup while they were lying in the fields or lying outside so that the lividity would be more realistic and they would know where to shade certain parts.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought that was, I don't think that I've ever heard of that being done in another film.
No.
I'm sure it has, but this was the first time for me hearing of something like that. And I thought that was like Bong Tail, like you talked about with Parasite. It's like every detail. It's just very meticulous work.
Yeah.
Park stands and tosses the glass to the side. He turns his head and spits before eyeing the kid, who has taken it upon himself to stand on top of the culvert now. Park tells him, "Go home, kid." The kid mocks. "Go home, kid." Park mutters, "Little brat." The kid mimics, "Little brat." A chorus of children's voices start up, crying out and rambunctious. When Park wonders, "What the hell is that?" the kid repeats, "What the hell is that?" Park turns and points across the field. "Put that back." So the kid turns and points the same way. "Put that back." The farmer takes off, making his way through the thick field of rice, and we see now that those little boys with the nets have found a pair of white underwear and a bra. The kids wave them around, crying out and playing, and the farmer reaches to take the evidence from them. Park stays put, calling out again, "Hey, you!" The boy mocks, "Hey, you!" Park warns, "That's important, don't touch." "That's important, don't touch." Park whispers, "Those kids." So the boy does too. "Those kids." Park eyes him before hunkering down to look into the ditch again. Light catches on the dead woman's face, her eyes open and eternally staring, her skin swarming with creeping ants. Park raises his head to look up at the boy again. When he cocks his head to the side, the boy pulls a mocking face and does the same. Park just stares at him.
I laughed so hard.
Oh, yeah.
You little asshole.
And again, that's what we're talking about in the intro with this, this level of comedy with what we are literally on top of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the balancing of tones is unbelievable.
And
It
just
is.
the obliviousness of the children over there playing with the underwear and this kid, like you said, on top of it's a lot. It's a lot to balance.
I was expecting him to be like, "You guys want to see a dead body?"
Yeah. He's just like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
He's making fun of him. Over a shot of the expansive rice field, the characters for the title etch themselves in black over the bright blue sky with its fluffy white clouds. Memories of murder. It fades to black.
That looked really cool.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
At the police station, the credits appear as Park questions a suspect, played by Lee Dong-young. He holds up a picture of the victim, prompting that the suspect dated her and she dumped him last August. When the suspect confirms that this is true, Park drops the picture and snaps at him to take his hat off, calling him a damn punk. The suspect does, and as his unkempt hair falls into his face, Park questions, "Do women like guys like you?" At his desk, Park sits next to another suspect. The suspect looks down at the floor as Park types his statement on a typewriter, plucking one key at a time with his index fingers, as a detective behind him snoozes at his desk. He repeats that after the suspect saw Body Heat. Body Heat? What is that, an action movie? The suspect tries to correct Park's spelling, and when Park starts to have issues with the typewriter, the suspect reaches over and fixes it for him. So Park plucks up his cigarette and mutters, "Damn punk."
He helped you.
Yeah.
I know. What's going on?
In an office, Park interviews blind date man, played by Hong Sung-gun. Park reasons that since this is a rape and murder case, he's wondering the man's impressions on whether the victim was sexy or pretty or anything like that. The man clears his throat and offers that she didn't seem like a country girl. So it became an inside joke, all these small parts that are only like for a scene or for a piece of a scene. Bong really loved using the crew and sometimes to their own discomfort or like their own embarrassment. And so this blind date man, the guy sitting in the suit with the glasses, that's the assistant director. Raising a camera to his eyes, Park sits in front of another man, warning him not to blink. He takes a picture. The man glares back at Park flatly, not offering anything when he questions. You blinked, didn't you? Park presses. Don't look at the ceiling. Look at me. The man, and he's not looking at the ceiling. What the fuck? The man tilts his head, continuing to stare at Park, who raises the camera again and mutters, was he born like that? This guy,
he's a character.
I know.
But
We watch as the flash of the camera illuminates the suspects' faces one by one. Officer Kwan Kui Ok, played by Ko Saw-hae, swivels in her chair as she cuts out all of the suspects' faces and pastes them into a book. Park is sitting at his desk, still typing up the body heat suspect's statement as a delivery man, played by Shin Moon-sung, unloads takeaway noodles onto his desk. Park muses the suspect went to the military academy. You have to study really hard to go there. Once the delivery man finishes unloading the food, Park demands, receipt? The delivery man says that Park didn't ask for one, but Park says that he told him to bring one. The delivery man responds coolly, no, you didn't. Park is annoyed. That's what you said last time. A fight is breaking out across the station behind him, prompting an officer to shout at the group pushing each other. Another detective calls out to Park and hands him a receipt. Park takes it, but still admonishes the delivery man. Positive. You're the one that answered the phone, you lying bastard. The delivery man collects his things and leaves as Park looks down at the receipt and yells at the detective, I need a receipt from the restaurant, not a bicycle shop. He yells out for the delivery man to come back with his receipt. So dude was like, if you need a receipt,
there you go.
I have one right here. That's so funny. We cut to Park, completely alone in the bullpen, asleep with his head lolled back. He wakes long enough to take a look around before he lets his head fall back and goes back to sleep again.
So something I noticed immediately when rewatching this film for the show, it is this very clear shift between the first scene that we get and nearly all that comes after. And it feels like two different worlds, like we've dove into something deeper after we get past the opening title sequence.
Right.
And so I had watched this featurette where they were talking about a lot of things, including the cinematography. The cinematographer was a guy called Kim Hyung-koo, and he actually worked again with Bong on The Host.
Oh, okay.
There's another film we should definitely cover.
Yeah.
But they had said from the very beginning, and not to give too much away, but they discussed bookending the film with a direct contrast to what is at the heart of the film.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very apparent when you watch the film and see this shift happen because, like I had said, the first scene, you see this really bright blue sky. You have sunlight. You have these amber fields of this mature rice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the film is such a dreary palette that they actually said it had an ashen aesthetic.
Okay.
Which is very fair.
Yeah.
But it has an intentional absence of sunlight.
Okay.
And it, to me, I was kind of thinking of like the weight of this case and the murders that they're trying to solve. This is like a visual representation of that.
Like the cloud hanging over them.
Exactly.
All right.
But to create this contrast, they said was agonizing because even when we go outside later for further scenes and different crime scenes and things like this, it feels nothing like the first scene of the film.
Yeah.
And so they had said that they would actually legitimately wait for cloud cover in order to film outside. And so they're sitting around for sometimes you can see them just hanging out for hours beneath a tent or like kicking around a soccer ball just trying to pass the time because they need it to look a certain way.
Yeah.
And to me, again, you think of it being incredibly tedious, but it just showed their dedication to their vision and what they knew would fit for this world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And after the fact, even so, not just with what they captured in camera, but they would process the film differently to create that dreary atmosphere. And they had said that they altered the film itself to desaturate it even more.
Okay.
Whenever they were developing it, they wanted it to appear underdeveloped. And so they utilized bleach bypass processing during the duplication stage of the processing, which is basically just skipping the bleach bath in order to eliminate certain hues in the film itself and give the image less tones and less saturation. It's done a lot in crime films to give it that kind of gritty feel and to make it feel more dramatic.
Okay.
And so we even notice it immediately once we get to this police station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like the sun.
Very drab,
Yeah.
muted, yeah.
But I just thought it was very successful when it comes to the look of the film as we go forward and how in some daytime scenes it almost feels like the life has been snuffed out of it.
Yeah.
Which is tragically very fitting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. At a crime scene in a field, Park admonishes officers for not roping this place off. A young officer, played by Oh Young-oh, calls him over to point out a footprint he found in the mud this morning. Park picks up a stick and draws a wide circle around the print as he tells the officer to go help the other jerks over there. Once he confirms to Park that the forensics team has been called, the officer scurries away. Park stomps across the field, questioning where the person who called this in is. He mutters bitterly that there's no forensics team. This is chaos. Chief Koo Hee Bong, played by Byun Hee Bong, literally trips and comes rolling down the sloping hill.
It's a hell of an introduction.
Yeah, it is.
A very fitting introduction. Onlookers laugh and applaud this as Park laments, "Jesus, look at him." Children run past him, yelling and laughing, and Park yells at them to get out of here. Once Chief Koo gets to his feet, Park approaches him and wants answers. Who received the call on this? The forensics team isn't here. It's all a mess and the crime scene's getting ruined. And it is.
Yes.
There are so many fucking people here.
Yes.
There's kids running around.
Yeah.
There's the chief rolling.
Yeah.
It's terrible. But we finally see what has gotten Park so upset. A dead woman lies on her stomach in the dry field. Lee Hyung-suk, played by Kim Ha-kyung. Her feet are crossed at the ankles and still wear the pumps that match the red of her dress. Her hands are bound behind her back with white cloth. There's a gag in her mouth, and a white girdle has been pulled over her eyes. We pan up from her to the investigators. Koo absently smacks Park's shoulder and asks why he brought all these reporters with him. But Park corrects that they were already here when he got here. He notes that reporter Park isn't here, though. He must be on vacation. Sucking on his cigarette, he decides that it feels great with that shithead gone. But Koo is whining. Why does this have to happen to him? How can he investigate this? Park has spotted an approaching tractor coming down the dirt road. He screams at the driver to stop, to take a detour. Waving his arms, he rushes up to the road, but the driver doesn't so much as look in Park's direction as he rolls the tractor right over the footprint.
Come on, man.
Yeah. And I do have to say, why does this have to happen to me while you're standing over a dead body?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is who this man is.
Yeah. Park cries out, "Why wouldn't he look when I waved? Is he deaf?" We look down at the ruined print before panning back up to Park and the young officer. When he sees another car pull up, Park yells, "Now the bastards show up." We follow him as he stomps back across the field toward a forensic investigator who is finally getting out of the car with his kit. Park demands to know what the hell took him so long. The crime scene is ruined. But the forensic investigator also slips coming down the
I don't think these guys are very organized.
I don't think so.
We're ill-equipped.
Yes.
He rolls down, which only pisses Park off more. So, firstly, I want to take a detour ourselves that the tractor did not take and talk for just a second about Byun Hee Bong.
Byun was in The Host.
Oh, see?
Oh, yeah.
And in Barking Dogs Never Bite.
So, yes, he said that when he read the script for Barking Dogs Never Bite, he did not like it. And Bong had to convince him to do those. But it was a good experience. So when Bong approached him to play Chief Koo, he immediately trusted him and accepted it. Although he did lament that about half of his scenes were cut and he wished that he was in it more. But I want to talk about him in this scene right here. This is a long take.
Yes.
This entire time we're walking around this field, we're following Park. It's beautiful. It's phenomenal work. The thing is, though, is that they had to do this 13 times to get a take that Bong was satisfied with. So that means that Byun Hee Bong is falling down this hill 13 times.
I was going to say.
And he was extremely sick. He has a mask on, at least at the beginning of this scene. And it's because the actor, was very ill. He was taking medicine on set. He did not feel well at all. And so he said he's already sick and he's taking this fall 13 times. And he said that he was actually having a lot of fun and he didn't he didn't feel it in the moment, but that when he got home, he did have to go to the hospital.
That wasn't what I thought. Like, he was really sore later. It was like, no, he needed medical attention.
He had to go to the hospital.
Oh my God.
Well, how often do you get to roll down a hill as an adult? You know?
Yeah. And I do want to say, hospital or no, it was the right choice to make.
Yes.
Because you feel this chaos of just this long take.
Yeah.
No breaks and just following him all the way through. It's the right call.
It paints such a picture, too, of just like, oh, you guys are so in over your head. You have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
You didn't even secure the scene.
No.
There's people wandering around.
And tumbling into it.
Yeah.
And the tractor,
The tractor. I was like, oh my God.
Tumbling.
The tractor is just, oh my God.
Yeah.
Back at the station, Park pastes a photo of another suspect into the book while he slurps on soup. Chief Koo sits on the edge of Park's desk, wondering how he can eat while looking at those photos. But he does take a taste from one of the containers on Park's desk. Park explains that if he keeps looking at them, one moment it'll hit him instinctively. Chuckling, Koo advises that if Park is psychic, he should open up a shop. Park insists, though, he may know nothing else, but his eyes can read people. Koo chortles, but still, munching on his food, Park is serious. It's how he survives as a detective. There's a reason people say he has shaman's eyes. Koo nudges Park's shoulder and points over to two guys across the room. The two men sit side by side with superficial injuries on their faces. Both of them have their eyes lowered to the desk as they scribble on paperwork. Koo confides that one of them is a rapist and the other is the victim's brother who caught the guy in the act and dragged him in. Smirking as he stuffs more of Park's food into his mouth, Koo challenges the detective to tell him which one is the rapist. Park takes this seriously. He sets his eyes firmly forward, staring directly at us as he takes in the sight of the two men and comes to his conclusion.
Not saying who is brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah. I was like, come on, man, you ain't got Shinigami eyes. Or
No,
anything.
yeah.
It's not Death Note. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Because I didn't remember a lot of it because we did watch it the once.
Yeah.
So when this happens, I was like, oh, what is this? You know, I was like, what are we stepping into here?
I also love that it's like, what will you allow yourself to believe from a man who has not proven himself to be remarkable in any sense? And I will say he was kind of commanding this last crime scene.
Yeah.
Comparatively, but as we know more about Park, he's not necessarily the one you want to put all your eggs in his basket.
Right.
So I think it is a very interesting choice to not, and it's a 50-50 shot.
Yeah.
So even if you got it right, it's like, okay, you had a 50% chance of getting it right.
Yeah.
But I do like that we don't know if he was right or not.
And it's also such a cryptic observation for you as the viewer.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at both of these guys and you're like, you could pass either one of them on the street.
Yeah.
It could be either of them.
Which is a very important theme. Yeah.
I also, whenever he was looking in his book, Detective Park, It looked, at least to me, it was very quick, but it looked like they already had like 14 suspects.
They had a bunch of them pasted in there. Yeah.
And we've barely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not, that's true of the real case.
Oh.
They had thousands and thousands and thousands of suspects.
Damn.
We suddenly cut to Park, lying with his hands behind his head as a completely nude Kwok Sol-young, played by Jun Mi-sun, straddles him. And yes, they are getting it in.
Mm-hmm. He had a hard day.
He did
have a hard I thought you were going to say he had a hard day. Day, yeah.
Well, both.
Let's keep this sophisticated.
Never. But Park's mind is elsewhere. He tells her that he thinks it fell out. Sol-young stops to rectify the situation, and Park sighs. Let's do this properly. Later, he lies on his stomach as Sol-young prepares a syringe and cleans his skin before injecting him in his butt cheek. She tells him that she's giving this to him special today. Park grins that he's very grateful before adding that it's just a flu shot. But Sol-young asks him, "Do you know how much this costs?" Later still, Park has his head in her lap. While she cleans his ear, he speaks softly that she must be making more now than at the hospital. He hears that everyone in town comes to her. She shushes him because she has something to tell him, something she heard from the old woman at the mill. She asks if he knows the Beck family meat restaurant. And meat restaurant is like what we would call it Korean barbecue.
Okay.
That's how they refer to it. Which would make sense because why would they call it Korean barbecue?
Right.
Yeah. Park is like, the Beck family. She asks if he knows what people call them before revealing it. The Beck lady killers. Park turns his head to look up at her. Ladies? Sol-young continues that the son, Kwang Ho, has an intellectual disability. And apparently, he used to follow Hyung Suk around all the time. Park whispers fiercely, "Hyung Suk? The one that was killed?" Still cleaning his ear, Sol-young calmly says yes. Leaning closer, she asks if she was found with the girdle over her head. When Park confirms this, Sol-young tells him that the important thing is the old woman saw Kwang Ho following her. Park jerks out of her grip and sits up, demanding to know if she's serious. Sol-young is, but Park remembers that old hag went senile last year. Sol-young insists that she's fine. She buttons up her shirt as Park snaps back into detective mode and pulls on his socks. He wonders, what does Kwang Ho look like? Sol-young says that the side of his face is a little bit, Park insists that she tell him in detail, but Sol-young says that he's just a poor kid. Which I'm like, you were like, he was following her around. And she's like, oh, he's just a poor kid. It's like, well, now you've got him all riled up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We find Beck Kwang Ho, played by Park No-shik, at the arcade, happily playing a track and field game as children watch him. And he does appear to be using a metal stick to cheat.
Yeah, he's cheating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Park No-shik, he was also in The Host.
Damn, that's...
I love that.
Yeah.
The children scatter when Park approaches and leans on the game to get a good look at Kwang Ho. He hits the stick to make the person on the game run down the track, aiding him in his cheating.
Yeah.
See, and for Park, it's like, well, he's already a criminal, so...
Yeah.
Case closed. We cut to a dark basement interrogation room where Kwang Ho sits in his underwear and a white t-shirt. Park sits next to him, lightly whacking Kwang Ho's leg with the stick from the arcade. Kwang Ho just innocently scratches at his leg and doesn't react. His voice low, Park invites Kwang Ho to talk man to man. You see a pretty girl and you want to do her. He understands. When he was Kwang Ho's age, he used to go out with his friends. He's sure that Kwang Ho never intended to kill Hyung Suk at first, right? Maybe he just wanted to touch her breasts. Kwang Ho says that he couldn't touch it, and Park jumps at this. So Kwang Ho killed her. He killed her so that he could touch it. But Kwang Ho says quietly that he didn't. Park clears his throat and confides that the guy that's coming down here right now, he's had a hard life, like Kwang Ho. But he's nice. He's real sweet. He never beats anyone. Heavy footsteps come down the stairs and stop at the door. It squeals open to reveal Detective Cho Young-koo, played by Kim Ro-ha. He advances steadily down the stairs toward where Kwang Ho sits, and Park adds, but sometimes, if he gets worked up about something. Without a word, Cho flying kicks Kwang Ho, and both Kwang Ho and his chair clatter to the floor out of sight.
I have to be honest, I had not anticipated.
No!
Or for how many kicks there will be in this film.
Yes, no, I loved every one of them.
They're great.
And you knew as Park is kind of warning Kwang Ho of the arrival of this other detective, and we hear him coming down the stairs like fucking Donnie Donowitz. And Inglourious Bastards. It's like, this is just not going to be good at all.
He's like, he's so sweet.
In Kim Ro-ha, he was also in the host.
God damn.
Yeah.
He was also in the play Come to See Me.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And he and Song Kang-ho had done a lot of theater together for a long time before ending up in Memories of Murder together. So they already had an easy friendship and were very comfortable working with each other. Song Kang-ho actually said that Kim Ro-ha had been doing theater for about 10 years before Song Kang-ho even started.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cho mutters as he continues to kick Kwang Ho. God, what an ugly face. Just looking at his face makes me angry. Park watches this without shock and just sticks his hand into the drawer and tosses a cloth onto the table as he gets up. It's a shoe cover. Cho pulls it over his boot as Kwang Ho sits up, coughing and sputtering. But Cho reveals that this is just so it won't leave any scratches, and he continues to kick at Kwang Ho. Park finally tells him to stop, questioning, what's with the army boots? He helps Kwang Ho up into a sitting position. The poor Kwang Ho's breath is coming in shudders, and he winces in pain. We can see now what Sol Young was referring to. The side of his face is covered in twisted burn scars. And these were applied prosthetics, latex. Okay. Park grips Kwang Ho's chin, forcing him to face him. He questions, is Kwang Ho really innocent? He tells him to look into his eyes, and sniffling, Kwang Ho follows instructions, nodding to assert his innocence. We cut to a man with a bag slung over his shoulder, walking down a dirt road with lush greenery on either side. A scarecrow juts from the shrubs topping a culvert, red cloth draped around its spread arms, and a message written on its body. Turn yourself in, or may you rot and die.
It is such a striking visual.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And seeing this man come through the fog like this, it's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
It is. And these scarecrows were really something that they implemented to try to make the killer feel such guilt that he would turn himself in.
Okay.
A woman, played by Yu Gum, finds herself walking in front of the man with the bag. She cowers, her face fretful, and she clings to her purse, moving a little faster. When the man calls out to her, "Excuse me, miss," she takes off running, only to trip and start rolling down the green hill. A lot of falling, a lot of kicking. The man hurries after her, concerned. He offers his help, but the woman wants to know why he's following her. He assures her that he was only trying to ask for directions. As he moves carefully down the steep hill to help her up, a car stops. The man grabs the woman's arm to help her up, but she cries out fearfully for him to let her go. We now see that the parked car has Park behind its wheel. As the woman pulls free and hurries away, Park gets out of his car, accusing, "Rolling in the fields, huh?" He rushes over, wondering if this town is a rapist's paradise. He takes a flying leap and kicks the man down into the greenery. A scuffle ensues, and Park ignores the man when he asks who he is. Instead, he calls over to the departing woman, reminding her that the victim needs to file a report. With the man clinging to his jacket, Park drags him up the hill by his hair, and we watch through the side mirror as Park cuffs him there. But the man, his mouth bloodied, turns and cries to Park, "Are you a detective?" We cut to Park, sitting quietly behind the wheel as he drives until he turns to the passenger seat and proposes, "You should have told me. My mistake." He laughs, How can a detective be such a bad fighter? In the passenger seat, the man, Detective Seo Tae-yoon, played by Kim Song-kyung, nurses his lip. He has his own question. How can a detective have such a bad eye for criminals? Park averts his eyes and looks back at the road.
I gotta be completely honest. I am absolutely on Park's side for this one. You got this detective who is walking to town with a bag slung over his shoulder like David Banner from the fucking Incredible Hulk series.
Yeah.
He does not appear at all like he is investigating or undercover or anything.
No.
So yeah, you're gonna get kicked in the chest.
Well, yeah, kicked is kind. He like double kicked his ass.
Did. It was wild.
Yeah.
Is this part of the training? Because
We chose to do the same thing. I have a couple things here. Bong had sent Kim Song-kyung the script, and he said he read it twice, back to back in one night. When Bong called him the next day, Kim admitted that reading it made him feel very angry. He didn't understand how this could happen and how the murderer had still not been caught. Bong said that was exactly how he felt, and he thought that Kim Song-kyung would really embody the frustration through this character of Detective Seo. There was also a cut backstory in which Seo had investigated a serial killer in Seoul, and it was fumbled due to a mistake that he had made. And so the killer went free.
Oh.
So the character carries a lot of that guilt and wants to redeem himself with this case.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, as we get to know Detective Seo a little bit more, and kind of compare and contrast him with his colleagues, he, to me, is very much the Rust Cole.
Yeah.
Of this entire operation.
Yeah. He's doing his job.
Yes.
Something else, though.
Uh-oh.
Bong wanted this meeting between the detectives, the characters, to be the first time that Song Kang-ho and Kim Song-kyung acted together. So there were no rehearsals for this. They just had a basic idea of what they were going to do. So that flying kick was totally spur of the moment.
What?
A decision by Song Kang-ho. Kim Song-kyung did not see it coming. He had no idea that this was going to happen. Neither did Bong. Neither did the cinematographer. And Bong was just grateful that he was able to get over the shock to keep filming and catch it because he knew that they couldn't do it again. And Song Kang-ho was also supposed to drag Kim Song-kyung up the hill by his jacket, and he dragged him by his hair instead.
Oh my God.
Kim Song-kyung said he was a little traumatized. But
You drop kicked me in the chest.
Yeah, he did.
He has the wind knocked out of him.
Now my hair? Yeah.
Good Lord.
Sniffing, Seo asks what that smell is. Park indicates the sneakers that sit on the floor next to Detective Seo's feet. Park reasons that they smell bad, but these here are evidence item number 28. Seo watches bitterly from the passenger window as Park gets out of the car with evidence item number 28. He plants the sole of one of the shoes into the soft mud until it leaves an impression. When he's happy with it, he stands and takes a picture as the train rolls by loudly behind him. And he's doing exactly what you think he's doing.
Yeah, what?
I had hoped so much that it was a matter of comparison.
Yeah.
Like, what does this look like in the mud?
Yeah, that
You know?
no shit. I was like, okay, he's doing work. And then we find out, I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's a work in the wrestling sense.
Yeah.
You know what's wild, though? That this is such normal behavior in a normal culture in this department that he's doing it in front of Seo and not even like wondering if maybe I shouldn't do this in front of him. He's just like, oh no, yeah, he does this too.
Yeah.
We all do this.
Yeah, I'm fabricating.
Yeah, well, why not? Once they've returned to the station, Park plops the camera onto Officer Kwan's desk, instructing her to get them developed quickly. He strides past her to address Chief Koo. Once the chief tosses his folder away and turns to them, Park introduces him to Seo, who he says is from Seoul. Koo shakes his hand excitedly, gushing that it's nice to meet him. He halts, though, when he spots the injuries on Seo's face. He asks if something happened. Then Park quickly changes the subject, deciding that Seo needs a desk. Koo already has a desk prepared for him with lots of sunlight, but when Saw counters that he prefers the one over there in the corner, Koo pushes past his confusion to laugh and grant the new detective's wish. Cho comes over, and Koo makes introductions, calling Saw a senior officer who has volunteered to assist with the investigation. He smiles that it's quite uncommon, and when none of the detectives reply, he invites Saw to come with him to get his desk set up. Down in the basement, Kwang Ho still sits in his t-shirt and underwear, stuffing dumplings into his mouth. He sits next to Cho and Park, who eat noodles and watch a detective show on TV. Saw is behind them alone, sitting on the chairs and going over the case file.
I couldn't believe he was still down here.
Me neither.
So you're telling me the course of events is Cho kicking the shit out of this poor kid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Park stealing his shoes.
Yes.
And planting evidence.
Correct.
Yeah.
Photographing it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And bringing
then
it back.
Eating lunch and watching TV with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also kicking...
Yeah. Quick detour to kick Saw in the chest. The three men stare rapt at the TV screen, entranced by the show's theme song. Park says that song is great. His mouth full of dumpling, Kwang Ho smiles that he always watches this with Dad. He suddenly tries to recall, what was my phone number? But Cho pulls the brakes on his train of thought, insisting that Kwang Ho just eat. Kwang Ho is adamant that he needs to call Dad. He turns when someone starts down the stairs, sure that it's his father coming, but it's not. It's Officer Kwan. She hands an envelope over to Park before making a quick exit. Park takes one more drink before going over to the interrogation table. Cho drags Kwang Ho over by his stretched shirt and plops him into the seat across from Park. He munches on a dumpling as he watches Park empty the envelope. Sitting on the stairs, just out of focus, Saw is watching too. Park presents a photo to Kwang Ho, asserting that this footprint was found at the site of Hyung Suk's murder. A dumpling hanging out of his mouth, Kwang Ho leans close to look at the picture. Park sets the photo aside and holds up the pair of shoes that he had in the car. He presents them as shoes that were found in Kwang Ho's home. He wears them, right? Kwang Ho nods. Park flips the shoe over to display the sole next to the photograph. And of course, it's a perfect match. Kwang Ho continues crunching on the dumpling as he blinks at this. Saw watches from the stairs in disgust. Park points at the circle on the sole of the shoe, then the identical one in the picture. Even though this part is smudged, don't worry about that. He's certain now that Kwang Ho killed all those women, right? When Kwang Ho shakes his head, Park corrects himself. You didn't kill all of them, right? Kwang Ho shakes his head again, so Park proposes. So you did not only kill Hyung Suk, correct? In a small voice, Kwang Ho squeaks that he didn't kill anyone. Cho kicks his chair and points at the table where the shoe still lies next to the faked photograph. He asserts that they've got the evidence right here. Park leans back in his chair and sighs. Where's our shovel? We cut to the woods where Kwang Ho is being forced to dig while Cho watches, mocking him for not even being able to shovel right. He takes the shovel and gives him a lesson on how to do it instead. Behind them, Saw squats, looking at the ground and smoking. It again, I know I already said this, but it appalls me that they feel fine doing this in front of somebody. Like, they really feel like they're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because it's not until you said that to me that I realized the depth of that.
Yeah.
Because to me, this entire time I'm watching Saw and waiting for him to speak up and say something.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is Park and Cho just being like, this is business as usual.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, this is really extreme.
Yes.
It is.
Dig the hole you're going to lay in. What the hell are you talking about?
It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, this kid didn't do anything.
No. You've already faked evidence. Like,
yeah.
Isn't that clear enough?
Kwang Ho is studying Cho's lesson intently until Park calls to him and smacks him on the back of the head. He lowers himself next to Kwang Ho and reveals that they came here to bury him. Kwang Ho is immediately afraid. He's like, what? Why? Park smacks him on the back of the head again. Why? Because he doesn't listen. Kwang Ho insists that he's a good boy. Cho stops digging and joins them as Park finally softens. If Kwang Ho is a good boy, then he'll tell him out here in the fresh air. He points to Kwang Ho's face, the burns on his cheek, jaw, and ear. Women hate this face, don't they? Kwang Ho nods that they do, and Park adds that the women grimace and fucking run away. Kwang Ho says that they do. He'll kill them all. Cho excitedly pulls a tape recorder out of his pocket and holds it in front of Kwang Ho's face. Kwang Ho says dazedly that everyone who grimaces at his face, he'll kill them all. Park takes a glance at Saw, who watches them from the trees out of focus. But when he steps to the other side of Kwang Ho, we don't see Saw anymore. Park knocks Cho down into the grass and snatches the recorder from him. So now he's the one catching this coerced confession from Kwang Ho. Kwang Ho smiles innocently that all those women who grimace, they're all in his head. He giggles. Park is watching Kwang Ho intently, and Cho has joined them, all three of their faces close together. Park questions, Hyung Suk too? Kwang Ho is confused. Hyung Suk? Park reminds him that he was always following Hyung Suk around. Kwang Ho admits that Hyung Suk is pretty, and Park agrees. She is pretty, but she grimaced too, huh? She said, "Get the fuck away," didn't she? And it's because Kwang Ho likes her that he killed her, huh? Kwang Ho takes this in, his eyes narrowing as he focuses. We press in on the eavesdropping tape recorder, and Kwang Ho shares in a whisper. By the train tracks, in that rice paddy. Park agrees. The train tracks, right. Behind them, Saw stands, listening intently as he smokes his cigarette. Kwang Ho continues. Her throat, Hyung Suk's throat, strangled it tightly. Park whispers, with what? Kwang Ho tells him, her brassiere, her white brassiere. He strangled her tightly. Park asks, and then what? Kwang Ho, her stocking. Park encourages this. Her stocking? Kwang Ho affirms, pulled it off her leg. Park is pleased. Then it was the stocking. He calls out to Saw, asserting that Kwang Ho is so smart. Saw looks at him with distaste. Park asks the poor guy, and then? Kwang Ho struggles to remember, scratching his head. Something with a strap? Park offers a handbag strap? And Kwang Ho smiles. That's it, a bag strap, strangling Hyung Suk's throat with it tightly. Park brings the tape recorder closer, pressing. What happened then? Kwang Ho says that Hyung Suk's body shook a little bit and she looked completely dead. Park wants to know what happened next, and Kwang Ho smiles. Her head was covered up. Park presses. With what? Kwang Ho giggles. Her panties. Covered her head with her panties. Park corrects him gently. Do you mean a girdle? The ones that women wear? And Kwang Ho rejoices. Right, a girdle. Looked like it covered her head right up. He smiles, but Park still wants to know what happened next. Kwang Ho thinks, had to dress her up again. Park wonders why that is. Kwang Ho doesn't know. Put her clothes back on. Cho asks again, why? But when Kwang Ho answers, how would I know? Park kicks him to the ground. Kwang Ho goes down without a fight, and Park calls him a bastard. He was doing so well. What did he do next? Saw cuts his eyes at them as he turns away. Cho snatches Kwang Ho up and slams him against a tree. Whimpering, Kwang Ho remembers that it was raining. He was running. He kept running, and then there was lightning. But Park isn't looking at him anymore. He's looking to Saw, who's walking away from them. Park lights a cigarette and tells Cho to start digging, and this only scares Kwang Ho more.
So this is a very troubling scene for many reasons.
Yeah.
You have this coaching and coaxing and coercing.
And feeding.
And feeding facts of the case.
Yeah.
But then you do also have a strange few descriptions that are quite disturbing, which it's like, where the hell are those coming from?
And very passive descriptions, though.
Yes. Yeah. And so you're kind of, because on one hand, you're like, oh, this is obviously horse shit because they're feeding him like everything to say.
Yeah.
And when he gets something wrong, they redirect him.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it is this feeling of, okay, well, why did you say that?
And you did have some knowledge.
Yeah. So you're a little, you're off kilter.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, there were many, many, many people that auditioned for this film. And the character of Baek Kwang-ho had been narrowed down to 7 actors. So they put them all in costume, applied them all with burn prosthetics, and took them up to a hill. They had them dig and perform this scene, like improving and throwing different scenarios and seeing how they would react in character. Park No-shik stayed in character even as they improved and took the story and conversation to places that weren't in the script at all. And when he acted afraid and ran away, he was even running in character. And Bong was like, okay, it's him.
Yeah.
In the darkness of the police station, Saw studies the crime scene photos with a flashlight. An alarm wails in the distance with an amplified voice assuring citizens that this is a civil defense drill. A blackout is called for in all buildings and houses. Saw scans over the notes, the pictures of women's covered faces, of hands bound in white cloth. He lingers his light over a photo of Kwang-ho pasted into the book. Kwang-ho stares up innocently from the page. Saw studies these pages intently, the clip he has secured between his teeth falling from his mouth. The amplified voice instructs everyone to find cover in the nearest underground space and follow the broadcast instructions to unplug all cords and remove all flammable items. Saw goes to the window and looks out to the street below where children sprint, warning for everyone to turn off their lights.
Something very interesting about this film is their use of real locations versus sets that they built. And they used for this police station, it's just such an interesting way that they put this together. The production designer is a woman named Roo Seung-hae.
Okay.
And she also worked with Bong on The Host.
Okay.
But a lot of her filmography is with Park Chan-wook.
Oh.
And she worked on Old Boy and Thirst, just as a couple of examples.
All right.
But this police station, they had scouted dozens of old stations in South Korea, trying to match it and make it look as close to the era that they were trying to capture. And a lot of these old police stations haven't been updated at all since the 80s.
Right.
And so it was really easy to kind of get a good idea of where to go with them. But interestingly, a lot of the props that are within the station were just picked up from old pawn shops. And they had I guess there was a nearby typing school that lent them 40 typewriters.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So stuff like that, you're just bringing it together and making it feel more real.
Yeah.
But this window, so it is not at all in the set for the police station. They got it custom made by an iron factory.
Oh, wow.
And the way that they have made it feel as if it's on a higher level is they've literally parked this window on the roof of another building. And then when they film through it, they have the facade of the window, they have the actor come up to it, and the way that it's framed, you never realize that it's literally just a window that's there.
Yeah.
And so they used a real location to fabricate a set location. So again, it's just these things that are like camera tricks.
Movie magic.
Yeah, it's
That's
incredible.
Really cool.
Later, an officer, played by Baek Bong-ki, stands in the mirror fixing his costume. He wears a white frilled blouse and a black wig on his head. He walks through the station where other officers laugh at him, one pointing out that he forgot the breasts. When Park calls him, he goes and allows Park to put a name around his neck. Lee Hyung-suk. The tag dangles against his chest. When Park makes him spin to get a good look at his costume, another officer laughs at this, but Park is in no mood for games. He smacks the officer on the arm and tells him to come on. He walks over to Cho, who stands on the stairs of the bustling station. Behind him, Koo gushes to a journalist, played by Yoo Sung-mok. What will the headline be? The reporter proclaims, crime-fighting trio or smiles of the unstoppable. Koo laughs, smiling from ear to ear. The reporter lines them up on the stairs, and when Officer Kwan passes, Koo calls out to her that there's a big party tonight. She needs to reserve a room. So this kept annoying me, and it annoyed me even more when we see the potential of Officer Kwan. She's the only woman in the station, and they've just been, get these developed, put this book together, reserve us a room. Like, it's like, it is, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's annoying, especially later on, because it's like, if you don't let this woman fucking work, like, I'm getting really annoyed.
I thought it was funny how we're already doing this whole celebration thing. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
We're like celebrating.
Because they're like dead ass posing on the steps.
Oh my God.
Like, hands on the hips, smiling. It's like, what the fuck?
I was laughing because it's like, you have to know, dude.
Yeah, come.
You have to know that you didn't solve it.
No.
Right?
No.
Like, you know that, right?
And I never understood this thing of trying to... Well, it's obviously a bad thing to fabricate evidence, but my thing is, if you're like, okay, no, we've caught the killer, and we satisfy this public outcry or whatever it is, the killer's gonna kill again.
Yes, yeah.
He's already proven he's killed at least 2 women that we know of.
Right.
So yeah, sure, put Kwang Ho
pacifying.
in. It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Cho stands on the stair in front of Koo, and behind the chief, Park stands. They all smile big for the camera, and the bulb flashes, brightening their faces when the photojournalist, played by Shim Sung Bo, takes their picture. So Shim Sung Bo, the name should sound familiar. He is the co-writer of the film and one of the producers. And this is, again, Bong making these people go and do little parts. And on the making of, he was joking, Shim Sung Bo was that his head was so big that they had to angle it in such a way because they couldn't see the flash over his head.
Wow.
He was like, I wasn't right for this. The journalist instructs them to take another picture, this time with their fists up. As the men get into their pose, Saw comes walking down the stairs. Koo grabs his arm, insistent that he get in on the picture, but Saw wrenches away from him and continues to walk. Unbothered, Koo poses for his photograph with Cho and Park, but we follow Saw as he leaves the station. There's a reason, dude, that he's like, I'm not fucking
with
y'all.
That's crazy.
It is.
Wouldn't you be thinking this picture where I'm smiling might come back to haunt me
a little bit
in the very near future? Saw calls out to 2 uniformed officers, and when they turn, we see that they are escorting a restrained Kwang Ho. Once they stop and turn, Saw takes Kwang Ho's hands into his and inspects them. The skins on the back of his hands display the same burn scars as the side of his face. Saw asks him, with webbed fingers like this, he can't even hold chopsticks, right? Kwang Ho nods with his head lowered, and when asked if they've always been this way, Kwang Ho nods again timidly, glancing up with fear at the officers. Saw dismisses them, and as the officers pull Kwang Ho away, the reporters flock. And if you pay attention to when they're eating lunch and watching the detective show, he's only eating the dumplings. He can't use the chopsticks.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we have at least one true detective.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was just watching them.
Yeah.
We find Kwang Ho in a field, standing with the costumed officer, Cho, Park, and another detective. Once they arrive in the tall grass, Cho asks Kwang Ho if this is the spot. Kwang Ho admits in a small voice that he doesn't know, but Cho dismisses this. It was here. Park informs the costumed officer in a low voice that he needs to act well for this reenactment. There are a lot of reporters here. The officer gets down in the grass. When Cho asks what they start with, the detective proposes that it might be best to write it all down in the correct order. Park snaps for him to do it then because he's fucking busy. Saw makes his way through the tall grass, insisting to Koo that this reenactment isn't going to work. He needs to call it off before it becomes an embarrassment. Behind Koo, Park and Co. are staging their reenactment, with the journalist standing close by and taking notes, next to the photojournalist and another reporter. And behind them, being kept at bay by police, are dozens and dozens of onlookers, some of them having come on a bus. But Koo isn't listening to Saw. He reminds him that he told him to get out of here. Why'd he come back? Saw tells Koo to just give an excuse, say the suspect is sick or something. But Koo has had enough. He cries Saw's name sternly, snatching off his own sunglasses. But in a lighter tone, he's like, "You're dumping shit on cooked rice here." His own voice rising, Saw says that he's already told Koo that Kwang Ho is not guilty. Koo goes, "Shut up!" And this draws the attention of the detectives and the media. So Koo quiets down and slides his glasses back on. With his voice lowered, Saw explains that the cords wrapped around the victims' necks were tied in 3 tight knots. He implores Koo to look at Kwang Ho's hands. He can't do that. Koo just tells him again to get out. But Saw is adamant that even a child could see that Kwang Ho couldn't have done this. So Koo screams, "Get the hell out!" Saw turns to leave.
This is just so embarrassing
Yep.
I know.
to watch.
I
Yep.
know.
Park is forcing Kwang Ho's hands onto the cloth around the dressed up officer's neck, one step away from tying the knots for him because Kwang Ho physically can't. But suddenly, Kwang Ho spots someone in the crowd and screams at the top of his lungs, "Dad!" The journalists turn as we do, with the photojournalist snapping pictures of Kwang Ho's father, played by Choi Jong-rul, trying to fight his way through the police to get to his son. He screams to Kwang Ho that it's him. He knows his son is innocent. Kwang Ho reaches with pleading hands, sobbing that he knows he didn't do it. Park pulls Kwang Ho back and forces him down into the grass. And when the reporters come closer, Cho shoves them away. Kwang Ho's father, we'll call him Mr. Beck, races through the line of onlookers, shouting that his son is innocent. The costumed detective has lost his wig now and helps his associates fight off the press and push Kwang Ho back through the field. They move in slow motion, their shouts overlapping each other as this reenactment has fulfilled Saw's prophecy of becoming an utter embarrassment.
It couldn't have gone better.
Yeah. Couldn't happen to better guys.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know.
And if you just would have done your job.
That's all. Is that so much to ask?
And even as bad what they're doing, if you would have listened when he told you, say he's sick, stop.
What a fucking mess, dude.
Yeah.
And Cho, this is, I can't even say the first. This is another instance of somebody needs to pull him to the side. Somebody needs to, he cannot, the reporters start walking up, so he pushes them.
Yeah.
He cannot control himself. He can't.
No.
At a restaurant, Park sits at a table across from Saw and Koo. Gazing out the window, Koo admits that it's all gone to hell. He warns them not to bring it up before asking Park if he saw the look on Prosecutor Choi's face. Park laments, "Fuck, how could he revoke the warrant? They even had evidence." What?
Come on, man.
Square.
Till the end. Saw balks at this. Evidence? You mean that footprint? Cho returns to the table, taking a seat next to Park as Park continues to wonder, how could they set him free? Koo says that there's nothing they can do. All they had was a confession. But Park insists that that was no ordinary confession. Koo heard the tape. All the details of the crime came pouring out of Kwang Ho's mouth. Things he could never know if he wasn't the killer, like how the victim was strangled. Saw had been looking down, busying himself with his chopsticks as Park speaks. But when Park points out that even Saw heard it, Saw asks Park to be honest. Didn't they rehearse that in advance? Park is like, what? When the server brings their food, Koo decides that they all just need to eat. She sets the bowls down and walks off without another word. When Saw reminds her that he asked for the noodles to be separate from the bean sauce, she doesn't even break her stride. And when Koo's chopsticks break unevenly, he lets out an agitated, "What the fuck?"
Nothing's going their way.
No.
As a train races by, our view is of a newspaper. Over a black and white photo of the scarecrow in the field is the headline. Investigative team reshuffled. The page flips. Murder case shrouded in mystery once again. Once the train passes, we see the newspapers being held by Chief Shin Dong-chul, played by Song Jae-ho. He folds the newspaper neatly and carries it with him as he crosses the tracks and walks down the street. So this is a picture wrap on Chief Koo.
Yeah.
Later when I realized that we never see him again, that's fucking hilarious to me. They were like, get this guy out of it. Well, I mean, God, somebody had to. I'm surprised the rest of them are still on.
Yeah, they're honestly very lucky.
Yes.
Something very cool that goes hand in hand with what we were saying about Bong's attention to detail.
Mm-hmm.
These newspapers, he got with the art department and he told them that he wanted to find the closest font to what they used in the 80s for the newspapers in Korea.
Okay.
Because I guess between the 80s and whenever the film was made in the early 2000s, it had changed completely from what they used to look like. And they found the font and had to kind of create their own to mimic what it used to be. And so, again, we see these newspapers like for not even a minute.
Yeah.
But that attention to detail to really try to capture the feel of this era.
Yeah, it puts you in that time.
Yeah.
Especially if you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I also love the newspaper being used as like a device to fill in the gap because it's like, they did get in trouble.
Yes.
At the station, Park stands next to a map drawn onto a presentation board. He uses a pointer to indicate the sites of the first and second homicide. He details their distance of about 1,000 meters, not more than the length of 1 kilometer. Oh my God.
This is the worst presentation I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree.
It's so bad. He's giving this presentation to Shin, who looks unimpressed behind his desk. Park slides the pointer behind the page to flip it. The next page is filled with writing. Park uses his pointer as he reads the words. The victim on the 12th and the 16th, both days at 12. December 16th. On December 16th at 12. As Park fights his way through the presentation, Shin looks down at the newspapers in front of him. On the first, it's a picture of Park with the other detectives forcing Kwang Ho away after the botched reenactment. Park's face is twisted in anger. Our view glides to the other paper where they have published the photo of Park, Koo, and Cho on the stairs.
Ooh.
Park's smile is wide and undeserved. Shin raises his disappointed eyes to Park as he continues to fumble his way through the clear lack of evidence, or honestly, basic police work. Cho and Saw are at their desks, the former looking like he's fighting sleep, as Park takes a detour to theorize. Maybe it was an arranged date. He gets back to the point, detailing that there was a footprint, 2 drops of blood, and a drop of semen. Cho, mind you, the other investigator on the case is like, they found semen?
Yeah.
What have you been doing?
Kicking people.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all he's done.
Well, he's struggling through the damn presentation. We're not doing anything.
Yeah.
None of us.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And that's never been more evident. We find Shin crouched in the opening of the culvert where the first body was found. The accusing scarecrow looms over him, and Park, Cho, and Saw are squatted on top of the ditch. Shin asks if the 2 women had anything in common, and Park offers that both of them were single. Cho adds they were both extremely beautiful. When Shin presses, and Saw speaks up. The murders all took place in the rain. He murdered them all on rainy nights. Shin is like, really? And Saw also has another similarity. They were all wearing red clothes. Shin asks, both of them? But Saw corrects, no, all three of them. Park and Cho jerk their heads toward him, and Shin rises to his full height. 3 of them? He asks what Saw is talking about. Saw pulls papers out of a large envelope and hands them over to Shin, revealing that there's 3 bodies. They just haven't found the 3rd one yet. He explains that what he's presenting is a missing persons form, but the name is quite unusual. The report for 27-year-old Doko Hyun-soon was filed 2 months ago on July 18th. Park and Cho have joined them, and Park is reading the report over Shin's shoulder. He scoffs. He knows Doko Hyun-soon. Cho agrees that everyone in town knows her. Park says that she's a pretty girl. Even Miss Korea is no match for her. And when Park asks Cho if he processed the missing persons form in person, Cho tells him to shut up. Shin sinks down into a squat, and when Saw goes with him, Park and Cho also lower themselves as a way to stay put in the conversation. Saw tells Shin that this is no ordinary incident. If you look at the details, the documents don't lie. It says that she was wearing a red shirt. It's all there in the writing. He presents more paperwork of the weather the day she disappeared. It was raining then, too. Shin repeats this. Raining, red clothes. Saw is positive that she was murdered by the same person. But Park dismisses this. Saw's talking nonsense because he doesn't know this town. She always said she was going to go to Seoul one day. Cho nods his fervent agreement, but we pan back over to Saw, unfazed by the protestations. He has an idea of where the body could be. He and Shin look at a map together where he has marked where the victim went and where her body could be. He vows that if Shin can give him 2 squadrons of cops, he will find her within 2 days. Shin looks at him with sincerity and asks if he's sure about this. And we find Saw making his way through the mature rice field with his granted squadrons of police moving in a grid search. We pull back from this vast field to find Park and Cho sitting in chairs on the side of the road, chatting and playing with string.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're killing me.
Yeah.
Like,
what the hell?
not at all participating. You know you're detectives, right?
Yeah.
Like, did they forget?
Did anyone tell
or-
you? Cho says that he heard when university students go to orientation, all the guys get laid. It's all in a big group, guys and girls just going at it in one room. Is that true? Park presents his hands, the fingers threaded with the string. He says that he doesn't know and tells him to hurry up. Cho plays with the string, taking it for himself, and as Park reaches to take it back, Cho points out that Park went to a 2-year school. Didn't he go on student trips or orientation? Park just tells him to ask Saw. He went to a 4-year school, but whether he had any group sex. Cho is like, a 4-year school? I spent 4 years in the 9th grade.
All right.
Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah. No.
Park leaves the string with Cho after they do another back and forth, leaning back in his chair so that he's resting against his car. He lights a cigarette and sighs wistfully that he misses Doko Hyun-soon. Cho does too, but she was just too good for this town. Cho jumps up when there's yelling and whistling coming from the search, but Park remains reclined in the chair, insisting again that she just went to Seoul. But when all the police in the distance sprint in the same direction toward the shouting, Park stands and takes notice with Cho. But they keep to the side of the road as Park mutters that there's a lot of snakes down there.
Yeah. What the fuck?
So you guys have fun.
Yeah. There's enough of you guys.
Yeah. You don't need us, right? We'll watch from up here.
Yeah.
One of the cops flees from the discovery, retching and vomiting into the sprawling rice. In the autopsy room, Shin and Park cover their noses against the stench, while Saz is hidden behind a mask, and Cho just stands with a sneer. The autopsy doctor, played by Shin Hyung Jong, presides over the body on the table. He informs the men that each part of the body decays at a different speed. He illustrates this by poking his finger against a stretch of taut skin, demonstrating that the body is old, but the inner thigh is still firm. Saw grimaces as he pulls down his mask. He asks if there are any signs of rape, and the doctor nods that semen was found, but it's so old that they can't get a blood type. Park laments, "Oh, Hyun-soon." But Saw steps in front of him, pointing out that this time, too, he used objects that belonged to the victims. Shin speaks up, asking if that's her stocking around her throat. We see it for a moment, the stocking tied tightly around the victim's rotting neck. Saw affirms that it is hers and adds that the victim's panties are on her face, just like with Hyung-suk. We see a flash of this, the clean fabric against the gray mottled skin. Shin says that her hands are bound the same way too, and we also see this briefly. Saw ascertains that his methods of killing are quite professional. He's thorough and polished. We pan down where the doctor is inspecting the shriveled and abandoned body of Doko Hyun-soon before we abruptly cut to steak sizzling as it slid onto a hot grill.
So as if we didn't need more proof of Saw's expertise by comparison.
Yeah.
His power of deduction led us to another body that we had no clue.
Yeah, he's taken over.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. If Shin is going to put anyone...
Yeah.
So you would think that this should squash any
Oh yeah.
What do you call it? Like, oh, you're not even from here. Like,
right,
you don't even
right.
go here. Because I feel like they're like, oh, he's from the big city. He doesn't know anything about this. This should squash that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Should?
You would
It
think.
should.
Cho, Park, Shin, and Saw sit at a table in a restaurant, grilling meat at its center. Shin laments that there hasn't been a single witness yet. Mr. Beck comes into the room to offer them more tenderloin, and I am astounded that he is letting them eat here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But forgiveness is freeing. Park takes the meat from him and assures him that they're fine. Park asks where Kwang Ho is because he hasn't seen him. He reaches under the table and pulls out a box, revealing to Mr. Beck that he brought Kwang Ho something. He hands the box over to Mr. Beck, but Cho raises the box's lid to look inside. It's a new pair of sneakers. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
Park admits that when he saw Kwang Ho's shoes and they were old and they smelled so awful, they made him feel bad. So he thought he'd buy him some new shoes. He got him Nikes. Mr. Beck gushes that he didn't have to do that. But suddenly, a cupboard door on the wall next to Park bursts open, and Kwang Ho comes spilling out, sliding down the shelves inside. He startles all the men, but Mr. Beck explains that Kwang Ho is always sleeping in the strangest places. He departs just as Park slaps Kwang Ho's face lightly. Kwang Ho looks around, confused, but focuses on Park when he presents him with the new shoes. Kwang Ho takes the shoe excitedly when Park tells him to try it on, tossing away the paper inside. It falls right onto the grilling meat and Saw takes it off. He tells Cho to pass him the other shoe, and when he does, Saw remarks that these aren't Nike, they're nice. N-I-C-E.
Oh my God.
They are nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
He's like, that is exactly right.
Bootleg. That's crazy.
Yeah. So again, it's like they're still not even doing.
No. But Park snatches the shoe. Nice or Nike, who cares? Smoking a cigarette, Saw mutters that if he's going to get Kwang Ho new shoes, he should get the real thing. Kwang Ho beams as he puts on one of the sneakers. He sits at a table between Cho and Park, and as Cho pours him a drink, he assures Kwang Ho that he only beats him because he cares about him. So if he sees him on the street, don't run away. Kwang Ho's smile fades as he looks over to Cho. Park laughs, but Kwang Ho gets up and goes to the door. Park calls after him that Cho feels bad about that, but Kwang Ho lingers in the doorway only long enough to quickly snatch up the second shoe from in front of Cho. Then he flees. Getting back to business, Saw points out to Shin that boy is the exact opposite of the type they're looking for. Cutting his eyes at the other detectives, he asserts that dragging in suspects like that is a waste of time. Park interrupts and advises Saw to eat some meat before he speaks. Steam rising between their faces from the sizzling grill, Saw counters coolly that he doesn't eat burnt meat.
I will gladly have his serving. I just want to put that out there right now. And I will say it's not because I'm very hungry right now, but I do want to talk about this restaurant.
Okay.
I will do so in a roundabout way because it kind of brings in everything that they talked about location scouting in general.
Okay.
But I guess it was this difficulty that they had to face not being able to film in Hwaseong for real.
Okay.
And so they had this really great task ahead of them as a production, trying to recreate this town in the 80s without being able to use any part of it.
Right.
And so the other difficulty is that the majority of these old farm towns in Korea, unlike what I had said about those police stations that they could just walk in and be like, oh, it's like 1980, whatever.
Yeah.
They had been completely revitalized. They were kind of torn down in their own way and replaced with modern structures and apartments and all these things in the early 2000s that left them unrecognizable.
Yeah.
So going back to this era of the 1980s, trying to find real locations that still maintained this vintage aesthetic was really difficult.
Yeah.
And the good news is that they were able to do it, clearly.
Yeah.
The bad news is that it literally took them all over the country. And so you would have them stitching these places together that were so far apart in real life. And Bong had said that he tried to make it to where if they're in one place, they'll film everything they need to there and then go to another.
Yeah.
But it didn't always work out like that.
Yeah.
And so you would literally have them in one part of the country traveling to a complete different part of the country just to film one scene.
Oh my
wow.
God.
But they put a lot of effort into it and it shows.
Yeah.
The location scouting, they said alone, that process took them a full year.
Oh.
Oof.
But again, all over the country. And this restaurant was discovered as part of the location scouting, but it was in one of the towns that they had found, and it was actually an abandoned grocery store. So this is not a real restaurant at all. Rue, the production designer, and her team basically completely refurbished it. They built their own tables. They built all these things that make it appear as though this is this lived-in restaurant.
Yeah.
And they even, and we'll get to why later, they did have 8 television sets that were all the same. Because it'll come and be very important. But again, when you're looking at it, you would think, okay, maybe they just built a set.
Yeah.
And they kind of did, but within, again, a real location.
Right, right.
It's just very impressive the way they're using Korea.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Every time we get a look at like down a street or we're looking at the rice fields or where anyway, like I love all
it's
that.
It's so beautiful.
It looks, again, I'm there. I can imagine myself walking down one of those dirt roads or in one of those neighborhoods or like it feels all real.
Yeah.
And they did talk about like a lot of the farmlands they found that they were able to use.
Yeah.
They cleared some of them with sickles themselves as the production to make it look proper for whatever the time was. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the trees that we see, some of them the production planted to make it seem like it's just unbelievable.
Okay.
But we cut to a karaoke bar where Park is tearing it up on the mic, spinning, dancing, and singing, and Cho is dancing animatedly with another woman on the dance floor. Shen clings to another woman, also swaying slowly. I will say that I was surprised to see him in these shenanigans.
Yeah.
He seemed very disappointed in them. But Park finds Saw sitting on a couch next to another woman, but instead of interacting with her, his head is bowed as he peels a piece of fruit with a knife. These women are played by Kim Hee-jin, Park So-hyun, and Kim Mi-ok. Park tries to get Saw's attention mockingly, but Saw swats him away, so he returns to his performance. Song Kang-ho had said that singing this karaoke was the scariest thing that he did in the entire film because according to him, he is tone deaf and has no rhythm. So the entire time before shooting this scene, he said he was broken out in a cold sweat because he was so anxious to do it. And also the guitarist playing behind him is Saw Min Soo, and he is the cinematographer's assistant.
Oh my
Okay.
Later, it's quiet as Park, Saw, and two women sit on one of the couches. A very drunk Shin is slumped in the center of the couch. Saw sits with his back turned toward the rest of them, eating grapes as Park calls out, "Hey, Soul City bumpkin." He wonders why Saw came here, out to the boondocks. Saw turns toward them, and the women look at him boredly as he answers, "To catch the killer." Leaning forward, his voice pitching with mockery, Park asks if Seoul is that big. Huh? Is it bigger than America? Tossing his grapes to the side, Saw tells Park to hand him a banana. Cho's booted foot appears over the back of the couch as he is, I guess, making out with one of the women on the other side out of sight. One of the other women leans over the couch, giggling as she watches them. Park grabs the banana, but holds on to it instead of passing it as he offers to tell Saw a little something about America. Saw grabs another banana instead as Park imparts his wisdom. They've got the FBI. If you watch how they investigate, their heads are spinning like a top. They're analyzing things. And does Saw know why? It's because they've got so much fucking land. If you don't use your brain, it's too much ground to cover. So those FBI bastards have no choice. But in their Republic of Korea, using just your own two legs, you can run all over it. And does Saw know why? Because Korea is the size of Park's dick. So it's said that Korean detectives investigate with their feet. He shares, "That's folk wisdom, you bastard. So brainy geeks like Saw can go the hell to America." What?
Yeah, I'm lost. What?
Korea is smaller than America, so we don't have to think. We can just run around?
I guess so. And his form of measurement is very strange.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
When they were talking on the making of about how much he improvised, he was like saying many things here. And it's funny that they landed on, "It's as big as my dick."
Yeah.
It's like, okay, dude, please just leave me alone. I'm just trying to eat fruit.
Yeah, no.
Fed up, Saw throws his banana peel on the floor and shouts at Park to shut his fucking mouth. This wakes Shin, who starts gagging as soon as he pops his head up. He points, reaching for the ice bucket on the other side of Park, but Park is too distracted by his feud with Saw. He grabs the other detective by the front of the shirt, pulling him up, jostling the table and causing bottles to crash to the floor. When they finally notice Shin's desperation, Park passes him the bucket and Shin vomits loudly into it. Everyone lowers their eyes. Cho pops up from behind the couch and the women pat Shin reassuringly on the back. He moans in agony and shouts at them to take the bucket away. One of them does, disappearing from the table, and Shin decides that everything is clearer now. That's much better. He's got it now about the killer. That bastard, he's going to do it again. The next night it rains. So they need to keep one step ahead of him. Be preemptive, okay? His temperament rising, he reaches forward and slaps both detectives, Park and Saw, warning that if they ever start fighting in front of him again, he will kill them both. Do they understand?
I'm glad he's laying down the law.
Yeah.
But being in the condition that you're in is not...
Yeah. So what's going on, dude?
Yeah. You're supposed to lead,
This is very funny because after this, watching it, I am still like, what the fuck were y'all doing here? What is even...
Blown off steam.
It's honestly
doing something.
It is a little strange because this feels more in line with what they would have done if they were celebrating.
Yeah.
Before, because what are you doing now? You guys are fucked. Like,
Yeah. No, you still have a
It's
lot more work
worse.
to do. We've connected another murder.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is and he's singing and shimmying. It's like, you've not earned this yet.
No.
Thunder rumbles in the sky as Park Young-cha, played by Lee Han-kyung, hangs laundry on a line to dry. She looks up to the gathering clouds and raises a palm. When raindrops splash on her hand and against her face, she quickly begins snatching her laundry from the line. Woman in the Rain by Shin Jung-hyun begins to play, and many girls in school uniforms cluster on the side of a barricaded street as they're instructed to wait because their president will be driving past. This song is a fucking banger.
It is.
It's so good.
They had said that it wasn't even the intention to use this song.
I loved it. I looked up and I was like, what is this?
Yeah. And the title is
Yes. Yes.
perfect.
As the rain starts to come down harder, we find Park crossing the street with the headphone in his ear, presumably playing Woman in the Rain. The girls slip past the barricade, clutching their small flags and covering their heads to get out of the rain. Park stops them before they rush into a store, and they gather in futility beneath the awning as the downpour intensifies. Well, he stoops to pick up something to eat, so one of the girls does make it inside. The rain keeps pouring as a police tank rolls down the street, marred by small fires and congested with pedestrians. Cho snatches one of them from the unrest and beats them in the street. We find Chief Shin sipping from a cup of coffee and watching the rain from the window in the police station. He turns and asks, "Are you ready?" So Cho's just out here fucking.
Yeah.
It's night when we find a woman walking alone, the white collar stark against the vibrant red of her dress. She walks slowly down the road, surrounded by greenery and trees, protected from the incessant rain beneath her umbrella. We follow her and then glide above, tracking her movements along with someone else, a shadow, watching from the trees. It's Saw, tracking her from beneath the hood of his raincoat as the woman in red is revealed to be Officer Kwan. She turns as a car rolls by her, illuminating her briefly in its headlights. It's Cho behind the wheel, chuckling that Kwan is looking nice, but Park tells him to shut up. Sitting in the back seat, he stares at Kwan through the back window, worriedly asking, what if he grabs her for real? Cho reminds Park that Saw will be following close behind her. Park leans against the back of Cho's seat, sighing. Shit, do we really have to do this every time it rains?
What, your job?
Yeah,
I
poor
know.
fucking you, dude.
I have to say, though, just a couple of things. I thought the shot under the umbrella behind her was so gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say, after seeing her, this sting operation, and seeing Saw up in the trees, I was like, I hope Pepperjack isn't out here.
But Cho is looking at the silver lining. Since they're doing this, Kwan had to put on that red dress. And with makeup on, she looks like a different person. Park leans up next to Cho and twists his ear as Cho questions, was she always that pretty? Reaching down, Park asks if Cho is getting hard. Let's check. Cho stammers and Park mockingly moans his name.
What a pal, I guess. All right.
Can we please focus?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Dude?
She's just getting murdered. It's
It's
like, oh my God.
Oh my God. The rain is still coming down as Kwan and Saw wait in a checkpoint shack with the guard, played by Baek Jin-chul. When Saw spots the guard looking Kwan up and down, he stomps out his cigarette and gets his attention, asking if he really keeps watch here. With a smile, the guard admits that these days, nobody ever goes outside. But Kwan spots someone coming down the road. She quickly pushes the door open and calls out to the two girls, still wearing their school uniforms, hurrying through the rain under a shared umbrella. They join them inside. Kim So-hyun and Oh Nam-ju, played by Woo Go-na and Lee Ok-ju. Kwan invites them to stay inside until it stops raining. The girls close the umbrella, lamenting in their soaked uniforms and their soaked backpacks that it didn't do anything. But they did find it in front of the school. Someone had thrown it away. Namju asks if Kwan is going that way too, but the guard corrects her. She's a detective for the Violent Crimes Division. Namju is amazed at this. No way! Kwon offers to give them a ride once it stops raining, and the girls beam in a police car. But Saw wants to know what they're doing out here so late. Namju assures him that they always stay together, so they're okay. The guard grins that they'd be even fine if they went alone. It's like, dude, shut up. No,
Yeah.
you don't know that. Quietly, So Hyun tells her friend to share what she heard at school. Namju is like, huh? So Hyun reminds her what she heard at cleaning time about the murder. Namju snaps into storytelling mode with the clap of her hands. She asks, do they know why they can't catch the murderer? This is the truth of it. She and So Hyun go to Onsong Middle School, and behind it, there's an outhouse. They say a crazy man lives under there. He's the murderer. He stays down there all day, and then when night comes, he sneaks out to kill women. Saw had turned, intrigued, but at this seeming folk tale, he turns back toward the window and lights another cigarette. But the guard feeds into it. When he comes out at night, you must be able to smell the shit from miles away. Kwon turns to the window, snickering, but So Hyun isn't laughing. That's not the story. Yoo Jin said a crazy woman fell in there and died. We cut to a yummy-looking spread of food. Young Ja sits behind the table on the phone. This is the woman that was hanging the laundry when it started raining.
Okay.
Rain is still pouring outside the open door next to her. She tells the person on the other end that she'll meet him in front of the factory with an umbrella. She assures him that it's okay and promises to see him soon before ending the call. Young Ja snatches up her umbrella, but when she catches sight of herself in the mirror in her red coat, she takes it off before heading out the door.
This is obviously very, very troubling.
Yeah.
I did want to say in this guard shack situation,
Yeah.
I understand. Firstly, these girls being led inside by detectives and everything, they're very lucky.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Because it is very horrific what's going on out here. And for them to be out this late, it's just a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah.
Where are your
Yeah.
parents?
Yeah. But I understand that their story sounds a little ridiculous and that they're not even sure of the right telling of it and even bickering with each other about
Yeah.
it. Part of me, though, is a lead's a lead.
I was going to say, just follow up on it.
Why not?
Yeah.
When we have nothing.
Yeah. What's it going to hurt?
Yeah. Young Ja walks alone through the dark field, using her flashlight to shine the way as she sings to herself under her umbrella. But when she hears someone whistling along with the melody of her song, she freezes. She turns around in her dark raincoat, swinging her light to both sides of her. But the whistling has stopped, and no one is there. Moving quicker now and abandoning her song, she sneaks glances over her shoulder as she hurries toward the factory. But she stops again when she hears distant whistling. This is fucking terrifying.
It
Yeah.
is.
We hover behind her as she swings her light this way and that, still finding no one. The score rises dramatically, forebodingly, as she arms herself with the second umbrella, clutching it in the same hand as her flashlight. After looking up at the looming factory, she takes off in a sprint. But a man quickly crawls out of the greenery lining the dirt road, lit in the jerking beam of her flashlight, with his dark hair plastered down with the rain and his brightened face indistinguishable. As he rushes toward her, everything goes black as Young Ja lets loose a terrified shriek.
The way that this is shot is so frightening.
Yes.
Just firstly, before, when we see him rising up in a blur, there is something so unsettling.
Yeah.
And just understated because it isn't shrieking music at this moment or something.
Yeah.
It's so smartly done. And then his coming up out of the terrifying.
It made me think of how the raptors were hunting in Jurassic Park. They were quiet. They were low.
Yeah.
You didn't notice them until they were right on your ass.
Until it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is so terrifying. And I remember the agreement that they had made not to do anything gory or super violent. And they don't need to.
No.
Yeah, no.
Because this is infinitely more terrifying than if they would have shown her being murdered in this field.
Yeah.
It's so, because you feel the helplessness and the way just the shot of him. It's very scary. Back at her house, that spread of food still sits on the table, cold and untouched, as her phone rings brightly and obliviously. Another phone rings at a desk in the police station, and we press in on it until Saw snatches up the receiver, answering sleepily as he scratches his head. Hello? It's daytime when we find him stomping through a field, his jaw set. He raises a bullhorn to his lips and demands that everyone stay where they are, to not touch anything near them, not to move one step. He cries out specifically for one investigator that keeps moving to stop and wait for the forensics team. Young Ja is lying on her stomach, dead in the field, with her hands bound behind her back. Shin, Park, and Cho watch as the forensic investigator pulls the sock used to gag her out of her mouth and removes a rock from inside. Afterwards, Saw points out a footprint stamped deeply in the thick mud. He declares that these are genuine footprints.
He needed to say it.
Yes!
Yeah.
Park and Cho eye each other, but Saw has moved on. He points out the concrete factory in the distance and deduces that she was caught near the factory, and he quietly pulled her over 400 meters to here, where they stand. He directs their attention down to the mingled sets of footprints that corroborate his theory. Shin muses that they look like bride and groom's footprints. Later, sitting next to Saw in the back of the car, Shin confirms that they didn't find anything other than the footprints, and sadly, this is true. Saw says that he hoped to get prints from the umbrella, but there weren't any. Park speaks up from the passenger seat, adding that because of the rain, the footprints are all smudged. Even after such a thorough investigation, they still have nothing. Saw looks at him coldly before cutting his eyes to the window. But suddenly, Park turns back in his seat to address Shin. He thinks that this could be a hint. Shin doesn't understand, but Park explains the fact that they found nothing at the scene. As Saw turns to eye Park, Park continues. Always in rape cases, there's one or two of those hairs left at the scene. Shin questions, so? Back at the station, Park deduces that the criminal must not have any hair down there. Shin leans forward on his desk. You mean hairless? Park agrees. Hairless, a total baldy. As Saw lowers his head, Shin nods. You can't leave a hair behind if you don't have any. So Park provides an example. A Buddhist monk who shaved all the hair down there. He snaps. It's the perfect crime. Cho steps into view, remarking that Yongduk Temple is just next door. Should they start there?
You're thinking. I like that. I like that part. But this is ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah. It's a leap. What the fuck?
It is.
It is a leap. It's a leap.
You already have a narrative and everything.
Yeah. Saw is fully hanging his head now as Park looks to Shin eagerly, and Shin gazes back without response. Park looks over to Kwon and asks her to turn off her radio. She asks how they'd like their coffee, and settling into his chair, Cho asks for his with lots of sugar. Shin turns his attention to Saw and asks if he has any more ideas. Saw reasons that he doesn't know. As they all saw today, this criminal is flawless. Therefore, their standard procedures aren't going to help. Kwon has brought over a tray of coffee and sets it on Shin's desk. But when the chief shouts, "So what are we going to do?" she sets his coffee down and quickly departs to Park and Cho, who take their mugs from the tray. Excusing herself and abandoning the tray, Kwon tells Shin that she has something to show him. Cho mutters with a grin as he watches Kwon walk away. What will she show us today? It's like, dude, grow the fuck up.
I know.
Don't you have a case to solve?
Everything they say now. Shouldn't you be working? Kwon returns with a radio and a stack of documents from the FM station. Shin looks them over, realizing that it's a broadcast schedule. Saw stares at the pages with him as Kwon explains that it's an evening music program that she listens to. There's someone who keeps requesting the song Sad Letter. And if they'll look, there's a listing of the dates the song was broadcast. She adds that it's not a popular song, so it's rare to hear it on the radio. When asked again about the song, Kwon clarifies, Sad Letter by Yoo Jae-ha. Park and Cho have sidled over, and Cho assures her that he's heard of it. But Kwon asserts that the song was broadcast on the same days of the murders. Shin lets the pages fall from his fingers as everyone raises their eyes to Officer Kwon. She cites her sources, pointing at dates she circled at the tops of some of the pages. October 20th, when Park Bo-hee was murdered. December 19th, when Lee Hyung-suk was murdered. Saw looks at her and asks, so, on last night's murder, was the song broadcast then? And Kwon says that it was. She listened to it herself. The DJ even read out the postcard with the request. Sent by a lonely man from the Tarung district. Please broadcast it on a rainy day.
Not trying to jump to conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
This is the biggest development that we've had outside of Saw finding another
the third
body.
Oh, yeah.
This is huge.
Yeah.
Park giggles loudly at this and sarcastically commends Kwon with a thumbs up. Nice. Good idea. He sips from his coffee, wondering if she's read too many mystery novels as a student. He hands her his empty cup, nodding that was a nice story. This is so fucking condescending. So, kick him in the chest.
Yes.
Yeah. They suck.
Yes.
It's like police work you don't want to do.
Yes.
Right.
Like, this is work right here you guys could have done.
He's like, I'm going to go look at dicks.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Or the front of it. And dude, you're right. Is he really saying, go get me more coffee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
After, oh my God.
But Saw is still looking at the broadcast schedule, positive that there is something to this. He repeats to Shin, the documents never lie. Park rolls his eyes. Christ, here we go again. Shin offers that this guy seems like a real psycho. As soon as he hears the song, he goes crazy. Park laments that now Shin is doing it too. This makes no sense. And he rolls out of the frame on his chair, which was really, really funny to me. But to Saw, it does make sense. It's actually very simple. Assemblies start with the national anthem. It's the same thing. Shin turns to Kwon and asks if she got the postcard. Still holding on to Park's empty cup, Kwon says that she did request it, but the radio station is a little disorganized. Shin looks up at Saw, who hurries away. So it's like she noted this, made the connection to this, and already called the station to try to get the postcard.
Yeah.
Shin calls after Saw to find it quickly and check the postmark, fingerprints, and handwriting. Cho rushes off, and Shin tells Kwon to call the station and follow up on this. She walks quickly to her desk. Now that Shin is alone, Park slides back over in his chair. He switches off the radio on Shin's desk, reminding him, Baldies, what about that? Shin is like, huh? Park's like, what we mentioned before. Hairless, sir. Annoyed, Shin asks how he's supposed to investigate that, running around pulling men's pants off. And we cut to a bathhouse.
Great idea.
Where Park is soaking in a tub, only his head peeking out of the water. Naked men and boys go about their business, cleaning themselves. And when one walks by, his bare ass passing in front of us, Park's eyes are firmly fixed to the man's genitals. He does this again and again with every passing man.
And so what if you do see somebody who is shaved?
Yeah, I know. What
man.
does that mean then?
Do you tackle him and take him in? Like, what is this?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he's not hassling the poor fucking monks at the temple.
That's true.
Yeah.
It could be worse. Just to interrupt Park's crotch watch really quick.
Yeah.
I did hear some pretty interesting things about this song, Sad Letter.
Okay.
Bong had said that they wanted to find an artist who was alive in the 80s when the film is taking place, but had passed away since so that they weren't around for the present day, which I thought was very interesting because it creates this kind of a, once you know that, there's this very interesting air around the selection of this song in particular.
Mm-hmm.
But he had said that Yoo Jae-ha had released this album, and it was the only album he released before passing away. And so once they selected Sad Letter, Bong realized with the story that they're telling and where it goes that it's also kind of meta because a sad letter does arrive at a very crucial moment in the film.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was very interesting.
Yep. At the radio station, Saw shouts at the DJ, played by Park Jin-woo, that he told him to keep the postcard. But the DJ doesn't even know what postcard. And when Saw reminds him that he read it on the air yesterday, the DJ is annoyed. Do you know how many postcards we get? Meanwhile, as a tired-looking Park takes off his shirt in the locker room, he gets the attention of the naked man next to him. When the man looks up, Park looks down before telling him defeatedly, "Nothing. Get dressed."
Disappointed?
What would you do? What would you do?
Yes, sir.
I
don't know.
While Park is getting ready for another soak, Saw is still searching. This time through the trash can outside of the radio station. He's already threw a mound of papers in the spilling can when a custodian comes by and tells him that they've already come and taken yesterday's trash. It's no use. Saw drops the handful of papers in his hand, defeated. And this is another crew member.
Of course.
Saw even goes to the dump where he stands atop a mountain of garbage, some of it burning and smoking. Shot from down below, his frame and his prospects of finding the postcard appear quite diminished, and Saw kicks at trash in his frustration.
I think we're doing two different types of investigations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, we're covering all our bases.
Yeah.
I do love the back and forth, though, because it is such a juxtaposition of his intense, like how exhausted he is from laying in the bath all day. Because that's his mode. But that night, Park lies in front of the TV. Sol Young comes out from a bathroom in a nightgown, drying her hair. When she asks if Park is going to shower, he declares that he's had enough showers, for God's sake. His skin feels like it'll burst. He sighs as he rolls onto his back. Dumping some lotion into her hand, Sol Young ventures that he couldn't find the hairless man. Park rips off his socks and throws them away frustratedly. It's like looking for a dog's horns. He paid all those sauna fees and he can't even get reimbursed for it.
I did think it was adorable that he shared his theory with her, though.
Yeah. He's like, I've cracked it. This is it. Sol Young tisks that at least his face is clean. Pulling his pants off, Park reasons that with all that dressing and undressing, he's going to lose his hair down there too.
Come on, man.
Now he's the prime suspect.
He flings his pants away and shares that he asked the sauna workers to call if they see anyone like that. And those bastards just smirked at him. As they lie down next to each other to sleep, Sol Young advises him not to do it all himself. Get someone else to do it. She wonders, what's that guy from Seoul doing these days? So he's also vented about vented about Saw.
This hot shot.
But if she's asking like, oh, what's that dude up to? He hasn't said that he's the one that found the, you know what I mean? Of course you're not going to tell that part.
No, that's we found.
Yeah.
Park blinks up at the ceiling before answering what Saw's been up to. Researching pop songs. Sol Young is like, what? And Park rolls over to her with a sigh, fondling her breasts and asserting that it's nothing she's ever heard of. Sol Young asks if Saw is still talking nonsense, and Park admits that he's driving him crazy. It really is when you only get one perspective of something.
Yeah.
Sol Young proposes that he go see a shaman if he's feeling that way. When Park questions this, she doubles down. Find one that tells fortunes, too. Ask her where the murderer's hiding. She nudges at him with her elbow. Huh? Park rolls onto his back to think about this. We cut to a shaman, played by Yeon Ga-hyun, in her beautifully decorated shop with lit candles and jade figures behind her. She foresees a problem at the main gate of the police station. It should be moved about 10 meters to the west. Her eyes dart and she reveals that a face just passed by her. She thinks he's the one. Park perks up and takes out his book of suspects. He opens the pages for it, where the pasted suspects stare out at him, and he turns the book to face the shaman. Is it any of these faces? But she orders him to take those dirty pictures away. When he presses for her to just look, she snaps at him again to put them away. It's bad fortune. She turns and lifts a red cloth behind her and takes out a scroll. As she presents it to him, she says to take it and do what she says. But Park wags his finger at her. Don't try to sell him a charm. But outside, in the darkness of the woods, Park and Cho are kneeling, standing, taking steps forward, kneeling again, praying, as Park must have been advised to do. As Cho reaches to set a filled bowl on the unrolled scroll, Park stops him. He scoops a handful of dirt from the ground and releases it into the water, informing Cho that you have to mix in some dirt from the crime scene. At Park's insistence, Cho stirs it with his finger, and Park shares in a whisper that she said this was the most important part. Now, he tells Cho to pour it. He does, leaking the dark liquid onto the parchment until Park whispers fiercely for him to stop. Park picks up the sullied scroll and holds it up, revealing that when this dries, the stain will form the shape of the murderer's face. As he blows on it, Cho asserts that that's ridiculous, but Park snaps at him to be quiet or he'll break the charm. Does he know how much this cost? Shut up!
There couldn't be a clearer indication that we really have nothing.
Yeah.
We have no leads, no anything.
It is funny, though, because, again, I understand we're trying everything, but it's like, it almost feels like Park's doing anything
to not work.
Yes, yeah. That's fair, too.
It's like, I know you are trying things, but you're not trying to work.
No, that's fair.
Bong said as well that when he was conducting his interviews from the detectives and the people that actually worked on the case, he was told that a shaman told the police chief that he should strip naked on the seashore and bow to a bowl of blessed sacred water. And he would, like, I guess, learn the knowledge or see the phase. And he did it.
Again.
So this is not made up.
When you're at the
desperation.
Yeah.
Their heads perk up when they hear someone approaching. A man is walking into the woods, and Park muses in a whisper. Haven't you heard? Criminals always return to the scene of the crime. Cho and Park hurry away to kneel behind grass and out of sight, and Park is still clutching onto his charm.
A couple things. Just seeing them scurry away with their ritual
was
very funny because we're still trying to keep it right. But what he just said...
Yes.
Yeah.
It is, again, it feels just like this line that's just like for this moment.
Yeah.
It is not.
Yeah. The man walks slowly into view, silhouetted in the darkness, and when he turns his head in their direction, the detectives duck behind a small grassy mound. But when the mystery man lights a cigarette and his face is revealed in the high flame of his lighter, it's just Saw. Narrowing his eyes, Cho wonders what he's doing here. What are y'all doing?
I know.
And I'm as woo-woo as they come.
Right.
Don't be judging Saw. That's crazy. Saw smokes and stares as he contemplates. Folding up his charm and sliding it into his jacket, Park remarks, "What the fuck? We need science here. What the hell is this?" But as he stands smoking, Cho has to admit that Saw does have style. What's going on?
I don't know.
But when a twig crunches beneath someone else's shoe, Saw tosses his cigarette and hurries out of sight. Now, all three detectives are hiding when someone else walks into view with the flashlight. After guiding his beam around in a cursory search to make sure he's alone, the man slides his hand into his pants. He pulls out a white bra and lays it gently on the ground. He stares at this for a moment before putting the end of the flashlight into his mouth and unbuckling his pants. The detectives watch as he slides them down, revealing frilly pink underwear. His hand disappears inside. Peering over his shoulder, the beam of the flashlight bouncing from all his jostling, we see that he's looking at a white bra and a matching pair of white panties laid on the ground, and the suspect groans as he masturbates to the sight.
This is quite incriminating.
Yeah.
Talk about being caught red-handed.
Yeah.
This could not look worse.
No. And where we are.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Got your panties all laid out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's and so hilariously being watched from both sides by detectives.
There's no way that we're watching from across and I don't see two heads on that side.
Seriously.
And they don't see one over there. Is somebody watching him? There's no way.
Park and Cho wear twin expressions of shock when they meet each other's eyes. With a jerk of his head, Park orders Cho to go. Cho follows these orders, moving away from Park slowly to get to the suspect. But with the first step he takes, a twig snaps loudly. The suspect stops his suspect activity, and Cho, Park, and Saw freeze. The suspect looks back down at his display before letting the flashlight fall out of his mouth and sprinting away. With their cover blown, Saw leaps out of hiding. Park and Cho pop up from their hiding spot, and all three detectives sprint after the slippery suspect.
I thought he was going to keep going. I was like, dude.
He was like, it's no one.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Just the wind.
Right? I'm glad no one's there.
A chase ensues, taking them across the field and through winding alleys. But the suspect is just quicker, too fasting around corners and leaving the detectives in the dust. So sprints past a house where a family sits eating on a porch. He doubles back and asks if they've seen anyone running by. The girls look up at him, So Hyun and Nam Ju, the girls from the guard shack. So Hyun's mother, played by Yam Hae Ron, tells him no as she munches. So Hyun asks her friend if that's the cop from the guard post, and her mother's like, you know him? But Saw is already gone. Him sprinting by and then coming back made me think of Ferris Bueller.
I knew
Yeah. I guess that's how they lost him too, right? He's jumping over fences.
Yeah. A trampoline.
Yeah, because there's three of them. I'm like, how the fuck did you lose him?
And they all split up.
Yeah.
In the alley, Park laments that he's a fast little bastard. He reconvenes with the other two detectives after they come back from the three separate directions they ran in. Park doubles over to catch his breath. Saw asks if he checked the alleys properly, and Park is like, you think you know this village? It's like, dude, enough.
I know.
Enough. They start to walk off together, and when Saw points out that Park stepped on a stick back there, Park dismisses this. A stick or a shit pile, who cares? And Cho stepped on it.
Dude.
Yeah, he did.
He's not wrong, but this is not the time.
No.
When a dog starts barking wildly in the distance, Cho rushes in front of them and jumps onto the concrete wall. From here, he spots the suspect running, and he cries out for him. The chase reignites with the suspect running down the street and detectives closing in on him. The score is intense when the detectives are led to a mine. Many workers pass by them, their faces covered with masks. Cho grabs some of them to get a look at them before letting go and continuing forward to find their suspect. So again, another thing to note is that none of these men working at this mine are surprised by their behavior. Like, he's grabbing them, pulling down their masks, trying to look at their face, and they just go back to work.
Yeah.
But as they head down deeper, where the workers are even more concentrated and working hard, Cho looks around at them. black clothes, black clothes. But Saw strides by, remarking that everyone here is in black except for Cho. Their heads on a swivel, they look at the men before Saw snatches up a bullhorn and screams at everyone to stop and not move 1 inch. Park and Cho continue to skulk through, examining the workers who are still busy at their jobs. But Park uses those magic eyes, and as things begin to move in slow motion and the score dies away, he spots one of the employees squatting down to lift something. And there, peeking out of the black waistband of his pants, his frilly pink underwear.
The fact that he ran here.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And just started working.
Started lifting shit.
Yeah.
Like, like, he doesn't go here.
It's extra hands. Get to work.
Yeah, seriously, honestly.
And Park got lucky.
He did.
I don't know. Park calls out to Cho to gather that group of men together. Shouting and flashing his badge, Cho does just that. The men line up one by one, most of their faces hidden behind masks. Park walks past them before his eyes catch on one. He grabs him by the throat and demands that he look into his eyes.
This I'll allow.
Okay?
The underwear was a fluke.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The man does, breathing heavily. Park turns and gives an indication with his head to Cho, who soars over with the flying kick and takes the man down. He cinches cuffs around the suspect's wrists. The suspect whimpers and whines as Cho, of course, applies more force than he needs to. Saw moves Cho out of the way and lowers himself down to the suspect. He tugs up the waistband of his underwear until it's visible, and there's the smoking gun. The apprehended man is wearing frilly pink panties. He is the suspect from the woods. So score 1 for Park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw looks over to Park with some shock, but Park is gulping down water from a canteen and eyeing him back coolly. He finishes his drink, takes a satisfied sigh as the water dribbles down his chin, and spits. Now, you don't need to look so smug.
No.
Yeah. It kind of defeats the purpose of your win, because you, again, even if it was luck and you seen it, the smug smile and drink with the eye contact.
Yeah.
Like, see, I just looked at him and I knew.
Yeah.
I was like, come on.
But it's about fucking time.
Yes. No. Yeah. He did something.
Yes.
He did something. He's like, no, see if he's got any pubes.
Yeah.
It's like, Park, please. Back at the station, the revealed suspect, Jo Byung-soon, played by Woo Tae-ho, sits timidly across the desk from Park. And Woo Tae-ho played the main suspect in the play Come to See Me.
Oh.
Bong said that when he was writing Memories of Murder, he told him that if he would be in this movie, he'd write a character for him.
He gave him quite a character.
Yeah, I was
He
gonna say, what a
did.
character.
He did. Because he's mostly a theater actor.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So it was kind of different for him to do film. But I think he does great.
He does.
And yeah, what a character. Finally, Byung-soon speaks. But is jerking off a crime? Shin stands behind Park with his arms crossed as Park sneers. No, it's not a crime.
Shit. Is he a lawyer
Yeah.
also? He got us immediately.
I mean, doing it in
In public, yeah.
Yeah.
But he asks, why'd you run away? The man explains that someone jumped out of the woods and ran at him. He panicked. Park isn't buying it. Why would he go all the way out there to do it? Byung-soon says earnestly that there are kids at home and the air is nice in the woods. Park allows, maybe. Or did he go back to fantasize about the dead girls? He takes out the white bra and smacks the suspect in the face with it.
Careful now.
Yeah, maybe not the...
It's like, I gotta go to the woods.
Meanwhile, Cho is at Byung-soon's cluttered home. He watches as flies gather upon the framed photos of the Jo family. Cho asks Byung-soon's wife, played by Gok Soo-jung, "So, your husband likes to go out at night, huh?" The woman is slumped in the corner of the room, shaking her head weakly before covering her face with a tissue. Her sons, played by Ru Jong-hwa and Choi Sung-hwan, are bouncing on the bed next to her, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They whack at each other with a toy sword and a piece of paper. As the woman hacks into her tissue, Cho lowers himself to the bed and reaches for the paper one of the young boys clutches. When the boy is hesitant to hand it over, Cho snatches it away from him and smacks the boy in the head with it. Oh my God, dude. Cho looks at it, a picture of a topless woman, artfully turned with her back to the camera and her breasts bare. Cho asks where they got this. So the boys innocently take Cho to their father's stash, a large container. Cho removes the lid and cocks his head to the side before reaching in. He pulls out dozens of porn magazines, as well as white underwear.
I do want to ask, because this has raised another question for me while we're discussing this.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's doing this, when we found the girl earlier in the movie, the kids were playing with underwear that were out in the field.
Yeah.
But if these girls are getting killed and gagged with their own underwear and their own belongings, where are those coming from?
I think those were her in the field in the beginning, because she, I think, was gagged with her sock.
Okay.
And they keep making notes that, like, he's not bringing anything with him. Like, he's only using what they're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that is kind of a ding against this suspect, because he wouldn't have the underwear.
Right,
No.
right.
So, yeah. But, I mean, we don't know anything.
No.
Right.
Cho flips through the magazine, and when he looks up, he's in their interrogation basement, sitting across from Byung-soon, who admits that these days, you know, real events in their town are stronger than the magazines. As Cho narrows his eyes at him, he continues that when he reads the newspaper, he starts fantasizing. He asks himself why he does this, but when will the chance come again? Cho looks at him with disgust.
I had hoped so much that it was just a lot of coincidences in a row and that he had just randomly picked this spot.
Mm-hmm.
But to hear that shit.
Whether you've done the murders or not, you need to be on some kind of list.
Yeah.
If you've done the murders, you need to be put away. If not, somebody still needs to keep an eye on you.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very,
Yeah.
that's a lot, dude. That's a lot. Outside the door on the stairs, Park lights Shin's cigarette. He reports in a whisper that the neighbors said Byung-soon looks diligently after his sick wife. He never misses a week at church, and he's honest. He muses that all perverts are like that, nice on the outside, but his eyes can't be fooled. He peers through the window down at the interrogation Cho is conducting. As Shin blows out a stream of smoke behind him, Park grins loudly. He boasts again that his eyes can't be fooled. One look and he knows. We watch over Park's shoulder as Cho lays out the nude magazine photos in front of Byung-soon and pulls a shoe cover over his boot.
We know what that means.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I was like, why the fuck are we letting him be down there by himself with the suspect?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did want to say, as far as this interrogation room is concerned, shouldn't surprise you, but it is a set.
Okay.
Although, honestly, the way that the concrete and everything looks, it actually might
It looks
surprise
good.
you.
Yeah.
But what they had said was, Rue mentioned the lack of two-way mirrors in Korea in the 80s. And so interrogation rooms were not what you would see in like American crime films.
Right.
And so trying to give this feel of that and having an ability to kind of peek in on these interrogations, Bong had thought about adding this really massive staircase so that some of the detectives could be out there watching while the other ones were inside interrogating.
Mm-hmm.
And he had said, like, he didn't care, honestly, if it logistically made sense or appeared in a way that might have been in a real police station.
Right.
He just really liked the idea of it.
Okay.
And what was very interesting to me is the idea of this long, narrow staircase to Bong arrived from watching taxi driver.
Okay.
All right.
And if you have seen the film, you know that there is a very, like, during the climax of the film, a narrow staircase plays a pretty big role.
Right.
But it was interesting to me because I remembered when Bong would eventually win the Academy Award and him basically singling out Scorsese to thank him during his speech.
That's
really
amazing.
cool.
Yeah.
And so it's like all the way back then in your second film, you're kind of paying homage to him already.
Yeah. And honestly, I didn't think twice about this staircase being here because this police station, them doing their interrogations in the boiler room, that already feels fucking like makeshift, throw them down there. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like, what? Oh, okay. Why are they watching them from the stair? Like, this all feels a little like duct tape together where it's like, we're just going to make this our interrogation room. So it never took me out of like any realism at all.
No, yeah, that's kind of how I was like, dude, where did you take me?
Yes.
Because even there's an old part of the county jail here still, and you do kind of go underground with it.
Oh, wow.
So this I can believe.
No, thank you.
It was pretty wild seeing the outside of this set because the stairs alone, they had said that they were 9 meters tall, which equals about 30 feet.
Damn.
And so it was a pretty massive set that they built just for this interrogation scenes.
It looks good.
Mm-hmm.
On the street, Shin hurries away from his wife. She trails after him with a bag, advising him that she put socks in there. He needs to change them after dinner. He needs to take care of it or they'll smell. Not breaking his stride, Shin turns and walks backwards to take the bag from her. He assures her that he's got it. She can go feed the kids. As he approaches a group of protesters, he waves her away, warning her to watch out for them. The protesters thrust up their signs and sing. When Shin pushes past them, they cry out for him to free Jo Byung-soon. Once he's freed from the protesters, Shin finds the journalist waiting for him on the outside of the station. He heard that Jo Byung-soon confessed last night. He holds out his tape recorder to Shin, who smartly hurries away from it.
Yes.
But I was like, ugh, I mean, y'all kind of deserve to fucking have protesters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because at the end of the day, what evidence do we have?
Yeah.
He's a fucking pervert.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he did anything.
Are these the people from his church?
I think so. I wonder too if it's also, because it feels like there is dissatisfaction
Oh, yeah.
with the department. So I wonder if it's just one of those things where it's like they're doing it again. You know what I mean? And people are kind of rising up because y'all can't keep doing this.
No.
That is something that I noticed too. It was like, man, you guys are being assholes to everybody.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe don't do that.
Just the audacity to go to that barbecue restaurant at all
Ugh.
after what you've done is pretty wild. So your reputation is,
But he bought him knockoff shoes.
they were nice.
They were nice. When Shin finally enters the station, the journalist follows him, wondering when Shin is going to make an announcement. Shin snaps at him that they don't know anything. He's just going to have to wait a bit more. But the journalist points out that they've held Byung-soon for 4 days without a warrant.
Jesus.
I know.
Some people are saying that he's been detained illegally. Shin stops in his tracks. How are we making mistakes like this right now?
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know you've already messed up before.
Yeah.
Tighten up, man. What are we doing?
Yeah.
After that embarrassment, yeah, we would be doing everything in our power to avoid.
Yeah.
You would think.
You would think. In the basement, Park holds his own tape recorder. He tells Byung-soon to be more realistic this time, like in a movie. We see Byung-soon stripped down to his undershirt and his frilled underwear, sitting on a stool and looking exhausted. Park tells him to go. He did a good job just now. On Park's instruction, Cho stomps over and kicks the stool out from beneath Byung-soon. Byung-soon lifts himself from the seat in time to not fall with it. He squats down before walking slowly over to the stool, stretching out his aching back. Park feeds. So you were hiding behind the outhouse, and through the flashes of lightning, you could see Park Young-ha, right?
What?
Yeah.
Byung-soon retrieves the stool and brushes the dirt away from it, offering that it seems so. Before he can sit down, Cho snatches it away again, admonishing, "Not it seems so, you bastard. Be precise." Byung-soon abandons the stool and squats down instead. Everyone goes momentarily silent when the boiler repairman, played by Lee Kang-son, comes down the stairs. Byung-soon nods that he thinks he dreamed it that way. So he snuck up behind her, and he must have chopped the back of her neck. He slices his hand through the air, complete with a sound effect, reasoning that he must have held his hand like this. The repairman eyes Byung-soon over his shoulder as he quietly works on the boiler. Sitting on the stool himself, Cho prompts, "Next?" Byung-soon ventures that she cried out, and he guesses she just collapsed. So he laid her on the ground and was about to take her. Park stops recording. "Hey, it didn't happen here." He mouths the location instead, and Byung-soon lets out a dry cackle, pointing at Park. "It was the pine grove. He took her there. It was from the rice paddy to the pine grove, right? According to the papers, it was over 200 meters. That's so far."
What the hell?
Yeah.
At what point, if you're Park, are you like, are we the bad guys?
Yeah.
Like, are we the bad guys?
Before now.
Dude. You're stopping the tape. You're like, hey. Great hustle back there. But
I love the energy.
yeah,
Quick
but
note.
yeah.
What?
The boiler repairman passes by, climbing the stairs in a silent exit as Byung-soon tells the story animatedly. So Lee Kang-song, the boiler repairman, is the lighting tech. And he said that he purposefully turned to listen to the conversation while they're talking and he's fixing the boiler. And then he turned again to look at Byung-soon when he's leaving. And afterward, people that saw the movie were like, "I think the boiler repairman was the murderer."
Oh,
and
wow.
he was like, "I wasn't." But Byung-soon weaves the tale. The rain was pouring and he dragged her through the mud. Park presses. And then Byung-soon proclaims, "And then I threw her down in the pine grove. Then I strangled her." When asked with what, Byung-soon offers, "A bag strap? Really? Her stocking." Park sits up to pantomime a pair of breasts over his chest before lowering his head again, and Byung-soon sighs. "Right, a brassiere, a Venus brassiere."
Those were questions. Though he wasn't giving you an answer.
Yeah.
It's like, right?
Yeah.
And
Shouldn't
him,
that-
the boobs, he's like, "Oh yeah, bra."
That's
It's
right,
like,
that's right.
dude, oh my
How can we
God.
use any of this?
You shouldn't.
No.
Outside the door, Saw is watching all of this through the window on the stairs as the repairman passes him. Byung-soon continues that he wrapped it around her throat like this. He demonstrates pulling the bra tight and adds that the woman grabbed a rock and clocked him in the head. Park asks where she hit him, and Byung-soon points to a fresh cut next to his eye. He winces that it still hurt, even if it was just a dream. He narrows his eyes at Cho as the detective comes closer. With the hand on Byung-soon's shoulder, Cho squats down next to him and inquires, "Are you gonna keep saying that it was a dream?" When Park comes over, Byung-soon looks up at him fearfully, but Park says that that's enough. He tells Byung-soon to look to the side so he can get a picture of the injury on his face. He confirms that this came from a rock, and Byung-soon says no. He cocks his thumb at Cho. This guy here. But Cho snaps at him to shut up and look at the camera. Park snaps the photo, the flash brightening Byung-soon's face for a moment. Park sets the tape recorder down on the floor in front of Byung-soon and assures him that he's doing well. Now let's finish this. Byung-soon picks up from where he left off. He sighs. "So, she hit him like that with the rock, and he must have lost consciousness. After lying there for a while, he woke up and looked around." Park asks, and Byung-soon reveals that he was in the bottom of an outhouse, a shit house, and maggots were creeping all over the place. Dejected, Park and Cho bury their heads in their hands. Park laments, not the outhouse again. But Byung-soon is still going. He wipes his hands together, sharing that after brushing them off, he got some straw and pulled himself up. He pretends to pull himself up as he rises to his feet, asserting that even in a dream, it's hard. Once he got out, he realized that this wasn't someone's home. It was a school toilet.
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm puzzled.
When he walked to the playground, he saw a swarm of girls. There's so many of them. And the smell. Saw interrupts this, finally opening the window and asking Byung-soon where he heard about the school outhouse. Byung-soon insists that everyone knows that story. He saw it in a dream.
What does that mean?
I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I think that he has been probably without much food or sleep for 4 days.
mm-hmm.
And he is just saying whatever he thinks he's supposed to say.
But is he
this
saying...
is a folk. It sounds like this is a folk tale.
Okay,
He's like, well, everybody knows that story that about the outhouse or whatever.
Yeah.
But this is enough for Saw to connect because
The schoolgirls.
yes.
Yeah.
Saw goes to the school where the girls are outside in matching white uniforms. They're doing a gas attack drill. Namju and another girl carry an empty gurney with red crosses on their white outfits for the exercise. So Hyun climbs onto the gurney when they lower it. She bounces as they carry her away, smiling and throwing up a peace sign. Namju whispers for her to pretend to be dead, and So Hyun lies flat with her arms crossed over her chest. Inside the school, So Hyun walks down the hall with Saw, who reminds her of the story she told him about the outhouse. So Hyun is confused that he came here because of that. When a couple of her friends pass, So Hyun offers a shy wave, but once they've gone out of sight, the girls twist their heads back to get a nosy look at Saw. So Hyun clutches her back and says that she hurt herself in the chute. There must have been a pebble in there. In the nurse's station, So Hyun opens a Band-Aid while Saw wonders where the nurse is. Saw holds out his hand and offers to put the Band-Aid on for her. So Hyun is hesitant, but Saw assures her that she's just a kid. She doesn't need to be shy. When he tells her to take a seat on the cot in front of them, she does. At his instruction, So Hyun lifts the corner of her shirt so that Saw can apply the Band-Aid to her side. As he does, he implores her to think about what he asked her. The murderer in the outhouse coming out at night. Who might have told that story first? Once the Band-Aid is on, So Hyun stands and turns to him, wondering how she should know. It's like asking who made up the elephant jokes. When classmates pass by the window, So Hyun gathers up her things. She advises Saw to just go to the outhouse and check it out for himself. Saw scoffs. Does she really think he has time for that? We cut to Saw standing outside with the wind whipping the leaves of a tree behind him. And we pan out to see that he's absolutely at the outhouses.
Yeah.
He walks down the corridor, a row of closed doors flanking either side. Saw walks slowly toward one of the doors, and just as he reaches his hand reluctantly for the handle, the door swings open. The school nurse, played by Kim Joo-ryung, lets out a startled cry when she comes face to face with Saw. Afterwards, they stand outside and she confronts him while clutching her TV guide. Some kids talk, so he goes snooping around the outhouses. He has that much time. He almost gave her a heart attack.
Well, I mean, I know you can't go into detail, but I mean, there was another lead that led me this way.
Yeah.
And it is very funny that she's also talking about his time.
Yeah. Unable to meet her eyes, Saw stammers that he was investigating, and the nurse scoffs at this. Is investigating such a dirty job? Saw pulls out a cigarette as the nurse is struck with the realization. Is that why they made up that rumor? She admits that she even saw the woman once or twice. Saw is intrigued, and the nurse explains. The crying woman. The nurse was in the outhouse then too, and she heard a woman crying. And when she came out, there was a woman working on that hill who just kept crying. She indicates the grassy hill across from them. Saw confirms that the woman kept crying, and the nurse says yes, she just kept crying on that hill. It was strange. So, of course, Saw mounts the hill and makes his way to the small house on the other side. He stands for a moment, the wind whipping against him before he approaches.
This house on the hill, they had said on that featurette, it was a completely empty hill outside of what was naturally growing there. And they just loved the location so much that they cleared it and literally built an entire house for the production.
Okay.
Jeez.
The wild thing is the way that it's shot, you can't tell, but what's behind it is literally just what's holding it up.
Okay.
And if we happen to go inside this structure, it's an actual house that is somewhere else in the same town.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Fooled me.
There's a woman, Eun Dok-nyo, played by Saw Young-hwa, sitting on her porch in her pajamas. She snips at fabric with a large pair of scissors. Saw has to call her twice before her head snaps up in acknowledgement. When he asks if she lives here, she shrinks back slightly, her face full of fear when she asks in a small voice who he is. Saw steps forward slowly, explaining that he'd like to ask her about something that he heard. But she continues pulling away from him until she bolts into the house. Saw walks over to the door as the woman peers out through the hole. He presents his badge to her watching eye, and she looks up from it to him. He assures her that he's a policeman, but Dok-nyo whimpers that he can't stay here. Someone might see. Saw tells her that there's no one here. He looks beyond the porch to the greenery, trees, and dirt, to the garments flapping on the clothesline. But his body goes stiff when he cranes his neck to see more of the clothes. A white bra and panties, a slip, stockings, and a red top. Later, Officer Kwon gently sets a tape recorder on the table. After pressing a button, the red light comes on. She sits at Dok-nyo's house, promising the timid woman that this will remain a secret. Since they're both women, she can talk to her comfortably and tell her every detail. Dok-nyo begins that night there was a light rain falling. She hangs her head, her hair falling in her face. We get a glimpse into her memory, rain-slick hands tying frantic knots in the darkness, Dok-nyo's horrified staring eyes. Patiently, Kwon asks when that was, and Dok-nyo answers, last September. Saw crouches and smokes in the field across from the house, but inside, the interview continues. Dok-nyo admits that she had read all the articles about the women that were killed. After a flash of a hand gripping her by the ankle, she clutches her throat, sharing that the methods he used were exactly the same. The killer picks up a slick rock, deposits it into a sock, and gags her with its weight. Dok-nyo sobs that it was the same with her. The killer secures the sock with a knot behind her head before stroking her hair. Kwon asks if she saw his face. Dok-nyo tried not to. She kept her chin down. The panties were covering her head, but she also closed her eyes tight. We see the killer pulling the white panties over her clenched eyes. Dok-nyo is certain that if she saw him, he would have killed her. That horrible night, as a biker passes by them in the rain, the killer holds up Dok-nyo with his hand clamped firmly over her mouth. She shakes, her eyes blinking quickly as rain rolls down her face. Dok-nyo says that she doesn't know about the rest, but she does remember one thing. His hands were very soft. The hand over her mouth was delicate, just like a woman's. Having reached its capacity, the tape stops recording, and the jarring snap of the button pulls Dok-nyo's attention. She looks over solemnly until she dissolves from our view and we're on the road. Kwon rides passenger as Saw drives them away from the survivor's house. He grips the wheel intently, completely silent and visibly lost in thought.
when he looked around the house and then the clothesline kept going, I caught myself mouth open, leaning over to. I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
I was like, "Somebody survived."
Yeah.
Again, you talk about it being so engrossing.
Yeah.
It really, really is.
But down in the basement, Park and Cho are looking over paperwork. Park decides that they're done. They can get themselves some sleep. As they ready the seal, Park flips through the papers on the clipboard, and we glide past them to find Byung-soon suspended upside down with his arms dangling past his head. His face is swollen when he confirms that it's over, right? Can they please let him down? The door opens and Saw hurries down the stairs, unsurprised by the state of Byung-soon. He grabs one of his dangling hands and brings it upright, inspecting the skin of the suspect's palm. After looking it over, he drops his hand and turns back toward the stairs. Striding away, he tells Park and Cho to let him go. He's not the murderer. When the other detectives balk at this, Saw asks Byung-soon, "Are you the murderer?" Having been beaten and terrorized for the better part of a week at this point, Byung-soon stammers out his coerced answer. "Yes, sir. Yes."
They're literally torturing him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Saw scoffs and tells him to shut up. No, he's not. Byung-soon repeats that he thinks he is. Saw heads up the stairs, ordering Park and Cho again to let him go. Park and Cho have risen to their feet, and Park looks after the departing Saw with indignation. So Roo Tae-ho, the actor playing Byung-soon, he had just had his appendix out before they filmed him hanging upside down here.
Oh my God.
So yeah.
Damn.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
What a trooper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he also had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Upstairs, Saw passes Kwan's desk and tells her to write everything Duck Nyo said. But before Kwan can reply, Park cries out, following Saw. "Are you toying with me?" He grips Saw by the front of his coat, pushing him, demanding to know, is he having fun? In return, Saw grips Park's shirt and the two angry men grapple in the middle of the desks. When Park asserts that he caught the murderer, Saw pushes him away, asking, "What do you mean you caught the murderer?" Park slams Saw on top of a desk. Cho has entered now, but before he can get past the door, Shin approaches with a handful of bundled rope. He asks Cho if they really hung Byung-soon upside down. Cho is like, well, he kept lying and lying. Shin is fed up. He demands that Cho get a hold of himself. Those journalists. But his words cut off when he spots Park and Saw in an active physical altercation across the room. He pushes past Cho to cross the room toward them, crying out, "Those goddamn bastards." We know that he doesn't like fighting. He made that very clear.
Yeah.
When Cho tries to stop him, he shoves Cho to the side, where he collides with a chair and falls to the floor in a heap. Kwan tries to stop him too, but Shin pulls away from her. He grabs up a chair and Kwan screams for him to stop as he throws it, crashing it against a desk. Cho has found his feet and grabs at Shin to restrain him, but Kwan's piercing scream makes the men freeze and go quiet. With all of their attention on her, she twists the knob of her radio, turning up the volume. Sad Letter is playing. Saw pulls away from Park and hops off the desk. When he asks if this is being broadcast live, Kwan confirms that it is. Saw stumbles to the window and sticks his hand out. Raindrops dance over his palm.
What the fuck? We gotta stop fighting. Like,
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
gotta.
And I don't understand. It is not us against each other right now. It is us trying to solve this case.
Yeah.
It should be.
Like Park taking it so personally. And here's the thing. I understand that he did plant evidence and fabricate other evidence earlier. But does he actually think that this man is guilty and he's just trying to force the confession out of him by coaching him? Like, what is his mentality?
It's hard to think that when he's the one that's like making boobs so that he's like,
yeah,
it's a bra,
it's that,
a bra.
yeah.
And that wasn't where it was. Like, He cannot recall the events because he didn't do it.
So again, why are we getting so mad at Saw and being like, I caught the killer?
He wants to be done.
We all do.
Think,
It's a terrible thing that's happening.
Yeah.
But this isn't.
Yeah, I think it's that. He wants to be done with it. I did something good really fast.
Yeah.
Like, no.
It's over.
Yeah.
Shin gives orders over the phone to first declare a state of emergency and secondly send him 2 garrisons of men. In response to a question on the other end, Shin snaps, because our intelligence says so. Tonight. There's going to be a murder tonight. Kwon is on the phone with the radio station and is shocked to receive news that her producer contact quit. Saw snatches the phone from her, demanding that they get him the AD now. The song that was just playing, Sad Letter, he needs them to read the name and the address of the requester. Frustrated, he asserts that they must have the postcard. When he's accused of prank calling, he shouts that it's the police, you bastard, but the call has ended. Kwon hurries away, insisting that she go over there herself. Saw turns to Shin and inquires about the requested garrisons of men, but Shin reports that they don't even have 1 man available. He lights a cigarette, explaining that they all went to suppress a demonstration in Suwon City. Saw slumps in defeat.
Was anybody else worried that Officer Kwon was going all on her own in the rain?
In the rain,
Oh, yeah.
with Sad Letter playing?
Yeah.
Outside, a murder of crows cry out as they soar in confused clusters against the slate sky.
That was beautiful.
Yes. So somebody on the crew said that Bong had sent him off on foot to go find a murder of crows. And after walking around for hours, he did. And he said that he went and got chicken feed and put it on the ground to try to keep the crows there, but they just stayed in the sky. And he said that he estimated about 3,000 of them.
Whoa.
Damn.
And that when he told them where to go, he said that they found it because it was 3 black tornadoes in the sky, that he didn't know why they were doing that, but they were doing that.
Wow.
In the gray morning, we watch from above as an officer rides a bike down a dirt road with a man hurrying alongside him, using his walking stick to point him in the direction of the grisly discovery. The man with the walking stick and the man on the bike in the memory of the survivor, also both crew members.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Yeah. An Mi's son, played by Yoo Ha-young, lies face down in the dirt, topless, her bra and panties tossed to the side, and her hands bound behind her back. The officer wades through a collected pool of water to get to her. In an autopsy room, Park and Cho look sullen as a deflated Saw identifies the 28-year-old victim, detailing that her estimated time of death was last night between 7:30 and 8. Shin looks down at her forlornly, recalling that that's when the 2 of them were fighting like madmen, right?
Don't connect.
He looks between the 2 of them, but neither answer the question. They don't need to. The doctor interrupts, noting that there's something in the victim's vagina. Carefully reaching forward with tweezers, he removes it and looks at it closely. A piece of a peach. He drops it into the metal pan with a soft thud. Park lets out a shuddering sigh as the doctor removes another piece, and another, and another. Soon, the pan is congested with 9 peach pieces. And this is true from the case.
Oh, my
wow.
God.
And the victim had the peaches. So Bong was just talking about the state of this perpetrator to sit there and do what he did and then peel them and then slice them.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what the fuck is going on? Afterwards, Park and Saw stand together quietly in the hallway, smoking their cigarettes. Exhaling, Park asks if Saw sees this kind of thing in Seoul often. Saw scoffs. Never. Consulting his book of suspects, Park has to admit that Saw was right. These guys were a waste of time from the start. He rips out the pages of pasted suspect photographs and drops them into a trash can. The autopsy doctor steps out into the hall to let the detectives know that they just got a call from the radio station. He thinks she found the postcard. So I do appreciate, I feel like in most movies we would get a conversation where they're like, okay, no more fighting. We got to work together. We were fighting and look what happened. It's just like this shift in both of them. They know that. We don't need the conversation.
Right.
And Park being like, you're right, dude. Like, this is bullshit. This isn't going to get us anywhere.
Yeah.
Because while I'm screaming about, oh, I already caught the killer. Look what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's Kwan calling from the radio station, and she did find the postcard. She tells them to write down the address in Tarung District number 32, Park Hyun-gyu. Immediately, we cut to Saw and Park walking past a large tunnel to investigate this address. Once they find it, Park slides the door open and finds an incredibly neat but incredibly empty apartment devoid of anyone. There's a uniform hung up on the wall, and Park inspects it before he and Saw move on, looking through the new suspect's things. Saw inspects a radio on the table. Park finds a photo album and looks through, lingering on pictures of a silhouetted man up in a tree, two men smiling in military uniforms, unremarkable pictures of children. The landlady, played by Sung Jung-sun, suddenly appears in the open doorway, bracing herself on either side with pink cleaning gloves on her hands. She asks who they are, and after being told that they're the police and asked where Park Hyun-gyu is, she explains that he works at the factory.
Pretty big connection.
Yeah.
The score swells as Park and Saw drive down the road to the factory, honking at pedestrians along the way. The cement factory machinery thumps and grinds loudly as a member of the factory staff, played by Lee In-hee, leads the detectives into an office. We see them, the staff member flanked by Park on one side and Saw on the other side, as he calls out, "Hey, Hyun-gyu!" Finally, we see him sitting at the corner of a console, reading a book with his head down. When the staff member calls him again, he looks up. Park Hyun-gyu, played by Park Hae-il. He gazes up at them innocently, his features soft and non-threatening, handsome. The score swells with the machinery as we press in on him.
Park Hae-il, he was also in Host.
Seriously.
Or the host.
Right.
That's great. That's great.
So cool. I did want to mention, and we did discuss it, of course, about half this show's lifetime ago on episode 161, which was Zodiac. But the concept of coming to a factory to find this guy, to bring him in for basically an interrogation.
Yeah.
Nearly identical to what they did with Arthur Lee Allen.
Yeah.
Which is
very
wild.
Yeah.
The similarities are kind of staggering.
Yeah.
Down in the dim basement of the police station, Park and Saw sit at the interrogation table across from Hyun-gyu. Cho and Shin are close behind the detectives, and they all stare at this new suspect. Lit by the table lamp, Hyun-gyu appears unfazed. He looks back at the detectives with a serene expression, casually scratching an itch on his jaw. Saw tells Hyun-gyu to show him his hands. Hyun-gyu presents one of them, palm down, but Saw grips his finger and turns his hand. Inspecting the palm, he remarks that they're quite smooth. His eyes flit up to Hyun-gyu. He asks how long he's worked in the factory office, and he answers that he's been there since September of last year. Well, this is not good timing.
No.
Yeah.
Saw ponders. So a little before the first murder. Hyun-gyu nods. Saw gets the story straight. So, after doing his military service, Hyun-gyu came here to this town, and the murders all began taking place, right? Hyun-gyu sighs with a small smile. Park presents the postcard from the radio station and states that Hyun-gyu sent this, along with several others. Hyun-gyu freely admits this, and Park continues that he asked for this to be played on rainy days. Hyun-gyu admits to this as well. Park wonders if he knows that each time Sad Letter was played, a woman was murdered. He didn't know this. Saw holds up the broadcast records, telling the suspect to look at them. When Hyun-gyu doesn't respond, Saw sets them down and takes a breath. He tells him that Sad Letter played yesterday, and Hyung-gyu confirms that it did. Saw asks if he listened to the program. Leaning forward with his elbows casually on the table, the suspect says yes. So, Saw points out that Sad Letter played at 7:08 and the program finished at 8 p.m. Did he listen to the end? Yes. Continuously? Yes. Then what was the last song? When Hyung-gyu says that he doesn't know, Park shouts, "It was yesterday!"
By the Beatles?
He's like, damn it, he's right. Hyung-gyu maintains that he doesn't remember. Slamming his hand against the table, Saw accuses that he doesn't remember because he went out. Hyung-gyu is emphatic that he was home, but Saw yells that the victim was killed between 7:30 and 8. Hyung-gyu wasn't listening because he went out. Hyung-gyu scoffs, "Don't make me laugh." Suddenly, Cho goes to him and snatches him by the front of his shirt. Trembling with rage, he curses at Hyung-gyu through clenched teeth. Shin bellows for Cho to let go of him now, and when Park yells too, Cho finally loosens his grip and returns to his place next to Shin.
He, frankly, should be watching from the window.
Yeah.
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Hyung-gyu tells them that even the kids in this town know that they torture innocent people. Cho tells him to shut up, but Shin reels him back in. Hyung-gyu decides that he won't be one of them. Never. Saw sits back and nods. Okay. He says that he stayed home and he listened to the end of the program. He couldn't have forgotten that last song, though, because the DJ introduced it with some very striking words. She mentioned Hyun-gyu and all the postcards that he'd sent. So if he really heard it, there's no way he would have forgotten that. Hyun-gyu averts his eyes and Saw implores him, "Tell me if you really listened to the end." Hyun-gyu maintains that he doesn't remember. If that's the case, Saw offers to show him. He gets up and takes the radio from another table. He switches it on, and as the music rings out from its speakers, he explains that this is a recording of last night's broadcast. Last night, Hyung-gyu sat listening to the song. The rain was pelting down outside, and he was listening. He started itching with excitement because there's always something he does when he hears this song. He heard his landlady's TV playing, so he left the lights on in his room and he crept outside. In the pitch dark, he wandered around. Who will it be today, right? He hid in a reed field, waiting for a woman to pass. The rain was drenching him, but he found it pleasurable, stimulating, right? So yesterday, he stuffed this in that woman's body. He holds up the baggie containing the peach chunks. Simultaneously, he lifts the lamp to shine the light directly into Hyun-gyu's face. Hyun-gyu blinks against the sudden brightness and Saw wonders. Does he remember how many pieces it was? 1 piece? 2 pieces? 3 pieces? Hyun-gyu tells him to shut up, but Park watches the suspect with intensity as Saw continues. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hyun-gyu jumps to his feet, shouting, "Shut the fuck up!" Unable to restrain himself, Cho leaps over the table and delivers a flying kick into Hyun-gyu's chest.
What the hell, dude?
I cannot believe
I love
it.
the kicks, but goddamn, dude, not right now.
No.
He held out for as long as he could.
He did.
Yeah.
He did, but he's spamming him now.
Yeah.
This is his only thing that he's got.
And also, they said that the kick was supposed to land in the center of his chest.
Uh-huh.
He kicked him in the fucking collarbone.
Oh.
Wait, so he didn't pull the kick? He actually...
No, he kicked him.
Yeah. God.
I think they were just having fun.
Honestly.
The suspect goes down and the lamp falls to the floor. Once the bulb shatters, the basement is bathed in complete darkness, but we can still hear the shouting and the sounds of fists landing. Afterwards, on the stairs, Shin takes a long drag of his cigarette, reminding Cho that he told him not to hit him, didn't he? He kicks Cho, and Cho falls on the stairs. Cho staggers but gets back to his feet, and Shin is pissed. He warned Cho. Cho knows why the journalists are always skulking around here. He kicks Cho down the stairs, calling him a stupid bastard, and Cho lands at the bottom in a heap. Pointing his finger, Shin tells him to not even think about going into that interrogation room again. And with that, he turns and walks up the stairs, leaving Cho crumpled at the bottom.
It's time to reflect.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, damn, this is what I've been doing to people?
In the bullpen, Park and Saw both rest their heads on their desks. Park admits in a whisper that he's going crazy. No witnesses, not one piece of evidence. He laments that they need something. Shit! But Saw counters that they don't need any damn witnesses. A confession will do. They just need to beat that bastard to an inch of his life. Park blinks at Saw in shock. He whispers, "You've changed." He warns that if Saw tries it, he'll be disgraced, just like with Kwang Ho.
It's like they're starting to almost switch places.
Yeah.
And I will say, this suspect, his behavior, everything about that interrogation felt wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just fit too perfect into
Absolutely.
what they were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Kim Song-kyung had expressed a concern that he didn't want people to think that they were only making this film for the money or to entertain. So he wanted to suffer himself to help tell this story. He said that he started to eat and sleep less and less during filming so that Detective Saw would appear more gaunt and exhausted.
Oh.
He barely ate on set, and even if they finished shooting around 10 p.m., he would make himself stay up to 2 or 3 in the morning so that he was physically and mentally exhausted when he showed up to film the next day. So he really wanted him to look rougher as the film went on, and like he is changing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Saw pauses before admitting that he always wanted to ask Park something. When he dragged Kwang Ho up the mountain, he talked about Hyung Suk's death in such detail. Park is like, so? Saw asks, did Park really not rehearse that dialogue with him? Park reminds him that he already said he didn't. Saw questions, then how did he know the way she was strangled? Park interrupts that that's his point. Saw suddenly sits up. Where's the tape from the mountain? Park calls out to Kwan.
So like we were discussing earlier, there were some details.
Yeah.
But again, when Park and Cho are behaving this way, fuck yeah, I think you coached him every single...
Absolutely.
Everything.
Yeah. And I think that this is another way to not explicitly state that they are leaning on each other and trusting each other more, because he says he's been meaning to ask him this, but he did ask him this when they were eating with Koo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was like, whatever. Like, you
and
know
I don't
that you...
think he answered him saying that he did.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean,
or that he didn't.
I think that even if he did answer him, though, he'd be like, whatever. Because, like,
Probably.
I don't
Yeah.
trust you. I've seen you fabricate evidence. I've seen you beat suspects, whatever. So this is just like showing that he does trust him now. If you're saying that you didn't feed him that information, then there is a lead here.
Yeah.
Later, they listen as Kwang Ho's voice is played on the tape. He recalls that then Hyung Suk's body shook a bit. She looked completely dead. Saw tells Park to listen on how Kwang Ho speaks here. Kwang Ho continues, covered up Hyung Suk's head. On the tape, Park asks, with what? Kwang Ho answers, with panties. Her head was covered with her panties. Saw asserts that he sounds like he's talking about someone else, and Park agrees. He's describing what he saw. Saw switches off the tape player, realizing now Kwang Ho is the witness. They immediately snatch up their things and rush away, pushing past a group clustered at the door.
We really tortured the witness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is such a wild twist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never predicted it.
No.
And it was right there.
Yeah.
The way he was talking.
Mm-hmm.
Something interesting too, this shot of it's just his hand switching off the tape recorder. Bong had taken the assistant director's team and said that he wanted to give them each a treat for their hard work. And so he had each of them direct like an insert shot. And this was one of them.
Okay.
Which was really cool.
Yeah.
Because he said that he wanted them to physically sit in his seat because they were all going to direct their own features in the future.
That's so cool.
Yeah. They hurry to Beck's restaurant. Park asks a concerned Mr. Beck where Kwang Ho went. Saw rushes away, and when Park spots Cho sitting at a table, he changes his tactics. He tells Mr. Beck that they actually came for a drink and some meat, please. He sits down at the table across from Cho and asks what he's doing here. Meanwhile, Saw has gone into the private room where the detectives had eaten before. He opens the door where Kwang Ho had been snoozing and peeks into a cupboard large enough for Kwang Ho to fit into. He's not in either of these places, and the patrons at the table look annoyed by the detective's presence. Cho is gulping down the remaining contents of a bottle when Park advises him to get himself under control. Saw passes by, asserting that Kwang Ho isn't in there, so he's going to check outside. Park tells him to also try the arcade. Once Saw takes off, Park turns his attention back to the sulking Cho. Park asks how long he's been here. Has he seen Kwang Ho? Cho just lowers his head mournfully. The TV across the room is reporting an incident that first occurred 24 months ago regarding a Detective Moon. Someone throws food at the TV in reaction to the broadcast. Cho gets up wordlessly and sulks over to the TV. As he switches the channel, a woman declares that they should cut off all detectives' dicks. Another woman counters that it's not even worth it, the stupid bastards.
Everybody be careful.
Yeah. Well, and I was like, what was the news report?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Cho turns back toward the dining room, and when another news broadcast appears on the TV behind him, a patron says for everyone to be quiet so they can listen. And this broadcast is more explicit, detailing the trial of Detective Moon, who is suspected of police torture and sexual assault. The trial began today. Cho winces at these words. All of the diners are watching as they eat and drink, but Cho walks past them and takes an empty bottle from one of their tables. Wordlessly, he turns and throws the bottle through the TV screen, marring the center of it with a hole and breaking it, rendering the screen black and the report interrupted. The patrons cry out and Mr. Beck sprints out from the kitchen. One of the diners laughs and applauds Cho, but Cho is activated. A man sitting near the TV is still stunned when Cho grabs him by the back of the head and slams his face against the table. It is pure chaos when Park and other patrons jump up to try to restrain Cho. Fists fly and clothing is clenched. Tables are toppled over, their contents crashing to the floor. Cho's able to wrench himself away, and everyone backs off when he grabs a woman by the back of her hair. She screams as he twists her black hair in his fist, accusing, "You fucked your professor, didn't you, bitch? Your parents paid good money." But his assault is cut short when someone throws a chair at him and knocks him over, releasing his grip on the woman. And no, I don't know.
No.
What the fuck he is on about?
Well, there's some deep-seated shit, because even earlier when he was talking about Saw, about being educated and all this stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just something personal.
Yeah. So Cho attacks the man that threw the chair instead, knocking him to the ground and kicking at him repeatedly. A woman shrieks for someone to call the police. And meanwhile, Kwang Ho comes walking past the window. He watches the fighting inside. Park is being restrained by other patrons, but he tries to pull himself free when he spots Kwang Ho. Panicked, Kwang Ho runs into the restaurant and grabs a plank from the broken chair. He advances on Cho, who is still kicking at the downed man, and he swings. Cho's piercing scream silences everyone, and Kwang Ho looks down in horror at what he's done. The plank had a nail sticking out of it and is now jutting crooked from Cho's shin, where the nail has embedded into his flesh. Mr. Beck winces at this, and Cho whimpers as he wrenches at the plank. Burnt meat sizzles on an abandoned grill, and when Cho pulls the plank free, a woman screams.
You gonna finish that? I'm sorry, I'm very hungry. I could not believe this.
No, that he fucking freaked out. Like he everything
did.
went to shit. He shouldn't have done that, and
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the meat on the grill, that was another one of those treat shots that Bong had somebody else do. Yeah.
Well, it was a treat for all of us.
His hand shaking, Cho inspects the bloody nail sticking out of the plank, and taking her opportunity, a woman sprints over and kicks him down. Kwang Ho is cowering in guilt and runs out of the front door. Mr. Beck tries to chase him, but Park pushes past, calling after Kwang Ho as he chases him. A train rumbles above as Kwang Ho sprints through a small tunnel. Saw joins the chase, and he and Park catch up to Kwang Ho as he sobs, climbing up a utility pole. Park assures him that they're not here to catch him. He implores that Kwang Ho come down, but Kwang Ho clings to the pole with his arms and legs. He asks fearfully, "Are you gonna kill me?" This is Park and fucking Cho's fault.
Mm-hmm.
They literally threatened to kill him and bury him out here.
That is true.
It's like, where are you getting this from? Park says that they're not going to kill him. He asks Kwang Ho to forget all of what just happened. If a fight breaks out, things like that happen. It's okay. Just come down. But Kwang Ho is certain that if he comes down there, they are going to kill him. He just knows it. Saw relents that he can stay up there for now if he wants. They just have something to ask him. Does Kwang Ho remember Hyung Suk? Kwang Ho giggles dreamily that Hyung Suk is so pretty. Park agrees that that's right. And Kwang Ho used to follow her. And that night when it rained, he saw her killed, right? Kwang Ho is like, that? I told you that already. Which is...
Yeah, he did.
Park repeats that he saw Hyung Suk murdered then. Here? Kwang Ho says that it was here. The paddy right next to the train tracks. We pan past Kwang Ho, high on the utility pole, to take in the vast field and the darkness behind him. Park asks, "Did you see the killer's face that night?" And Kwang Ho nods. He remembers the lightning. We catch a glimpse of Kwang Ho hiding, the lightning from the storm illuminating the killer as he readies his restraints. Feeling safer now, Kwang Ho has joined the detectives back on the ground, and he shows them where he was hiding that night. Saw asks again to be sure. "So you saw his face?" Kwang Ho did, 3 times. In his memory, lightning flashes as the killer strangles Hyung Suk.
This shot of him in the rice, it reminded me so much of the first shot of the film, where we see this little boy peeking out from the rice.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's almost like, was that foreshadowing of another innocent person that was hiding there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
That was crazy, though, being in his, like, POV.
Yeah.
And seeing it, I was like, oh, shit.
It's,
Like, he's terrified. He's like, I'm not going to make any noise. Fuck
of
that.
course.
And then it makes everything that came before that he had to deal with even sadder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
When asked the details of the killer's face, Kwang Ho replies simply that he was handsome, more than him. Park fumbles as he pulls out a picture of Hyun Gyu. Was this him? Kwang Ho stares at the picture, his eyes growing wide as he takes in Hyun Gyu's face. Park and Saw stare at him intently, but Kwang Ho's mind wanders. He asks, "Do they know how hot that fire was?" Park shouts at him to look at the picture, but Kwang Ho whines, his voice high and wavering. "It was so hot." When Kwang Ho blows his whistle, Saw demands that he snap out of it. He slaps Kwang Ho across the face and holds up the picture for him again. He implores him to look closely, but Kwang Ho is lost in his memories of the fire, whimpering that it was so hot. He admits that when he was young, that man threw him in the fire.
And in this moment, Saw is once again just becoming more and more like Cho and Park.
The desperation.
Yeah.
It's like he's been driven to just this unforgivable place. At the sound of Kwang Ho's whistle, men come sprinting across the field and immediately start to fight Park and Saw. The detectives fight back, and when Park asserts that they're the police, one of the men mock, then he's FBI. When Park manages to pull free from the assailant, he finds that Kwang Ho is gone.
You know who we are.
Yeah, I know. What the hell?
What? I did have a question about what Kwang Ho was saying about being thrown in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is a traumatic event from when he was younger, but is he connecting these two things, or is that just something that he is remembering now as a result of the pain that he's going through?
I took it as that he did it. That's what he seen the picture was like. It's him.
Like this man
Yeah.
through
Oh.
me. That's
Yeah.
what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, if that's the case, then you know way more than anyone.
I took it as like he was traumatized and just went back to another place of trauma.
Like right now.
But yeah, I didn't take it like
Because
that
he
at all.
was answering them, and he was, you know what I mean? They got him to calm down, and then
Yeah.
when he's like, look, and he sees it,
Yeah.
then he's like, it was hot, and he
But,
starts freaking
you know,
out.
it also could fit with this theme of like, this is just a guy. He could also look like somebody that had done this to him.
Okay.
Because I feel like that's the thing that keeps coming up.
Right,
that,
right.
oh, you know, it's just, could be anybody.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Park ventures across the field, looking for Kwang Ho as Saw is subdued by one of the men. When Park spots Kwang Ho, he calls out to him. They need to talk to him. But they've blown it with Kwang Ho. He scampers away from Park, scurrying up a hill to the train tracks above, blowing his whistle and pointing at Park with an accusing finger. Park starts to mount the hill, screaming at Kwang Ho to get out of the way. It's dangerous there. And it is. A train comes chugging around the bend, but Kwang Ho's attention is focused on Park as he continues to tell him weakly to stay away. Park is screaming now, begging Kwang Ho to get off the tracks, but Kwang Ho turns just in time to watch the train crash into him.
I don't know how I didn't remember this at all.
Yeah.
This was so
None of it.
shocking.
Mm-hmm.
My jaw dropped.
Yeah.
I couldn't even make a drop fucking dead joke.
No.
No.
Like this was this poor fucking guy, man.
Yeah.
Like
I really thought, I was like, oh, he's going to tackle him off. I was like, he's going
Yeah.
to get him off. He's going to something. And it's like, oh, he's not.
He's
not-
gone.
yeah. He's not going to make it.
No. And oddly, I don't know that we speak of Kwang Ho again.
I think we see a picture of him.
I don't know that
That's crazy.
isn't it?
Park stares in disbelief, splattered in Kwang Ho's blood as the train continues to race by. Kwang Ho's brand new nice brand sneaker settles to the side of the tracks, and Park raises his hand, streaked with Kwang Ho's blood. He wipes it shakily against the side of his pants.
See, the old Park would try to get his money back for that sneaker.
Nah.
Growth?
Pick him up.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
We're changing. We're
Yeah,
evolving.
yeah.
We are.
Park No Chic in that making of had said that he has a horrible fear of heights. And when they film this, because it's like a composite of where Park is, where he is, and then obviously he didn't actually get hit by a train.
Yeah.
It's movie magic. And so they had him on wires and they jerk him super high into the air to look like he's being knocked out of the frame.
Okay.
And so they did it again and again, snatching him up on those wires, and he had a horrible fear of heights. And so when they finally finished, he told Bong, like, I think it's acrophobia, but it's a very bad fear of heights, a phobia. And he said that Bong was like, why didn't you tell me that? He was like, I'm so sorry. And he said that he told him it was fine and he just needed an energy drink to get through the rest of the
Oh,
day.
wow.
Park sits slumped in the dark living room while Sol Young works in the bathroom to scrub the blood out of his clothes. She asks if it's okay for him to be here. They're going to be looking for him. Park doesn't answer. He's just looking at the picture of Hyun-gyu. From the photograph, Hyun-gyu gazes back at him coolly. In the basement, we watch as Hyun-gyu calmly picks up his jacket and stands from the table. Saw lowers his head as Hyun-gyu wordlessly climbs the stairs and opens the door, leaving the basement. So he's free to go.
Yeah.
Are they just trying to avoid what happened with the previous guy?
Probably.
I mean, with the yeah, I'm sure.
Because I mean, there's really, I don't know that there's any reason that he should be able to go yet.
I mean, they have the.
Is it all circumstantial?
They have the radio station, the postcards. What do they have physically? They don't have anything concrete.
And we've tried beating people. And
we've tried nothing, and we're all out of ideas.
I mean, I guess you can't or you shouldn't be able to hold somebody on a bad feeling.
You shouldn't be able to, yeah. And what's funny, I was watching deleted scenes. It's not funny. It's ridiculous. I was watching deleted scenes, and when they're all interrogating him before Cho kicks him and then everything, is lost, Park leaps across the table and pulls open the waistband of his pants to see if he has pubic hair. Because he's like...
He's still?
That's all he has. That's all he has.
We don't need to see that, right?
No, I feel like...
It's like funny
but
for Park's
dude,
character, but I'm like, yeah, we probably didn't.
Yeah, no, come on, dude.
But for him, he's like, I'm doing real police work.
Yeah. In the police station, Shin talks on the phone as we pan over newspaper articles containing Kwang Ho's picture. He tells the person on the other end that journalists tend to be like that. But then he's like, hello? Hello? It's clear he's been hung up on, and he slams down the receiver. I'm sure they're getting backlash for what happened to him. And they should.
Mm-hmm. Is he just, journalists.
Journalists lie.
That's crazy.
Shin curses them, ripping a blood pressure cuff from his arm. Kwan comes into focus at her desk as she calls out to Shin, and he snaps at her. What? But indicating the phone in her hands, she says it's investigative crimes calling. They found semen. Shin leans forward. They found what? In the lab, the forensic investigator, played by Lee Dae-hyun, holds up a sample for Shin, Park, and Saw. Cho stands behind them with his head lowered. It's a bagged piece of fabric with a splotched stain on it. The investigator explains that the semen was found on the victim's clothing. He proposes that the killer could have masturbated on the corpse and the semen fell on her clothes. Shin cuts him off. He wants to be sure that if the DNA of this sample is confirmed to be a match to that of Park Hyun-gyu, then the game's over, right? The investigator agrees that it would be very strong evidence, but there is a problem. They don't have the kind of technology in Korea to test for it. The sample will have to be sent to America. It's the only way. But once they complete the testing, they'll send the results. Saw is like, so we just have to wait for documents from America then? And the investigator confirms this. Shin buries his head in his hands.
Just the fear of it getting lost in transit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, what else?
What can you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is a little not weird, but it's like thinking of when this technology was actually able to be used. It's like, wow, that really wasn't, I guess it is some time now, but
still.
To me, I think 90s wasn't that long ago.
Well,
Yeah.
no.
You know what I mean?
And
I'm not old.
Shifty eyes.
Flips the table.
Yeah.
And this was absolutely true when they were trying to get genetic testing in the real case. They didn't send it to America. They sent it to Japan. But they genuinely did not have the testing for this in Korea.
Wow.
We cut to the road where, peering through the back window, we watch Shin, Saw, and Cho push Park's car, which is apparently broken down again. Well, it's more Saw and Cho pushing and Shin supervising for the meantime. He asks if they have people watching Hyun-gyu and grunting as he pushes. Saw says yes. He's being surveilled 24 hours a day. Joining in the push now, Shin enthuses that he can't wait to get his hands on that bastard when they get the results from America. Park is finally able to start the car and the men stop pushing. Shin and Saw rush to get in, but Cho trails behind them, limping badly. Park gets out so that Cho can get behind the wheel and observes this. He asks what's wrong with Cho's leg. Did he go to the hospital? Cho is like, oh, this little scratch? But Park grabs Cho's leg and rolls up the pant leg. Cho assures him that it's okay. He put medicine on it. But Park reveals the wound that Kwang Ho left in his shin. The flesh is tight, red, and swollen, and the puncture is deep.
It looks bad.
It looks terrible. When Park asks, "What is that?" Cho explains sheepishly that it's from that night. It just keeps swelling. From in the car, Shin orders them to come on. Let's go. So I was going to say, how could Park possibly forget what happened to Cho's leg? But I guess a lot did happen to him.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
So,
a man is struck by a train and he's
right
like,
in front of
my partner's leg.
He's like, that's right.
Yeah.
At the hospital, Park sits across from the doctor, played by Kwon Byung-gil. The doctor's head is lowered as Park looks through the paperwork. He asks, astonished, "You're gonna have to amputate?" The doctor offers to explain it again. Park understands that it was pierced, but why does he have to cut off a healthy leg? The doctor stands, reasoning that if they don't cut it off, Cho will die. Tetanus is brutal. For rusty nails, you need to see a doctor fast. He admonishes them as dim-witted boneheads, and he tells Park to just be grateful it's under the knee. He snatches his paperwork away. A nurse aids a shambling Cho into the room, and the doctor takes his leave, muttering, "Crazy bastards." Once the doctor is gone, Cho hides his pain the best he can and declares, "Well, let's go." It's like, you're not going anywhere.
No.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it. I don't care that you lost your leg. I really don't.
No, this is...
It's karma.
Yeah.
And he got enough use out of that leg, I'd say.
Yeah,
One might say too much.
Yeah.
I do feel bad, and it's like, I want to say these guys are having bad luck, but that was really on you to neglect that leg like that.
Neglect
True.
the leg, and how many people have you hurt with that leg?
Yeah.
It's poetic.
Yeah, I know, but he got those nice boots. He got the little
does
like
have nice
scrub
boots.
thing for it, so it didn't leave marks.
Oh, yeah.
So his leg was treated well.
Yeah,
It lived a good life.
it was taken care of.
It was.
But we cut to an operating room where Cho lies on the table with his right leg tied off below the knee. A nurse, played by Kim Joo-rung, brings paperwork over to Park, who stands away from the table where Cho lies. She asks if he's family, and Park says that Cho doesn't have any family, but he's like his brother, so... The nurse interrupts. "You came together anyway." She hands him the papers and a pen, instructing him to read the authorization for Cho's surgery and then sign it. Park hesitates with the pen hovering over the paper. He takes a long, sorrowful look at his friend before sighing deeply. "You fucker." He turns away from him. Cho is looking sallow as he gazes back at Park, frail and helpless beneath the green sheet. At the police station, Saw makes an exhausted call to the post office to ask if the documents from America have arrived yet. Are they 100% sure? He keeps calling because it's important. Next to him, Park is staring despondently. We follow his line of sight to Cho's boots under his desk, with the shoe cover tucked neatly beside them. Saw slams the receiver in frustration, and when Park's phone rings, he answers, finally pulling his eyes away from the sadly poetic sight. "What? Now?" This is a lot.
Yeah.
If you could sum it up in a visual.
Yeah. No, yeah. That was depressing,
It
man.
was. But it's also kind of fuck you, Cho, because he's doing this and he's leaving his boots like this because he's like, I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
He wasn't done.
No, that's his
that's-
only
yeah.
interrogation technique. Like, that's
his
all he
favorite
has.
thing.
It
Yeah,
is.
that's all he has. He needed this taken away from him. I think.
Honestly.
He can't wield this power. Park stands outside with Sol Young, the water serene behind them. He sucks on his cigarette, asking what she called him out here for. She counters, "Can't I do that sometimes?" She notices that his face looks so worn. Is he sleeping well? Park asks what kind of detective sleeps well. When Park begins to pace, she follows, holding a bag. She asks what's wrong with him, but Park is cursing about the fisherman across the way. Finally, he turns to her, asking again why she would call a busy man out. We cut to Park and Sol Young sitting under a tree with Park hooked up to an IV. She remarks that he looks like a corpse, and she already knows that there's probably no use in her asking this, but can't he do anything else? Can he quit his job? Park sits up and sighs. In a beautifully framed shot, Park and Sol Young sit with their backs to us, overlooking the water as bleeding baby goats graze in the field. This is a beautiful shot.
It is.
And the way he needed this.
Yeah.
He's like, this fucking fisherman or whatever. It's like, dude, sit down.
Pet the goat.
Yeah. Breathe. And just her concern for him, I thought was very kind.
Mm-hmm.
But that night, Saw sits in his car, looking through the window at Hyung-gyu, who sits in a cafe, quietly enjoying a drink. When Saw's eyes grow heavy and he starts to doze, he forces them to open and continue watching. Two women, played by Lee Mi-ok and Kim Min-jong, walk by arm in arm. They look through the window of the shop, and when Hyun-gyu looks up at them, they immediately become uncomfortable and hurry away. Hyun-gyu continues to sip his drink, but our view of him suddenly fades to black.
I know that that's circumstantial, but it's like, do you have a reputation?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, that, and he was the only one they didn't beat and keep there. Why?
Very true.
Saw blinks awake an undeterminable amount of time later, and when he darts his eyes to the window of the cafe, Hyun-gyu is gone. Saw spots him getting onto a bus, but when he tries to start the car, nothing happens. The bus pulls away, and Hyun-gyu is clearly visible through one of the windows when it passes.
Shin had said that they were doing like 24-hour surveillance.
Yeah.
Why is it just up to Saw now?
Maybe we're taking turns. I don't know. And I'm not sure if this is the same car that they've been using the entire investigation, but if it is, I appreciate it because we've known from the very first scene that this car sucks.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I feel like in so many movies, it's like, I can't start it or whatever. And it's a cliche, but here it's like, no, dude.
No, we were just pushing this.
We were just pushing
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Saw jumps out of the car and sprints onto the road, but as the bus departs, he runs back to the car. He jumps in and uses the radio, shouting to get in touch with the Violent Crimes Department. At a pharmacy, Sol Young finishes making her purchases, and as she loads the items into her bag, the chemist, played by Jo Moon Uy, can't help but comment, "How many visits in one night? Is money that important?" Zipping up her bag, Sol Young explains that someone's grandmother collapsed again. She has to go. The chemist chuckles that she deserves a medal from the health ministry, and Sol Young smiles as she leaves, closing the door behind her, and she makes her way alone down the dark, wet street. At the station, Saw paces, detailing that Hyun-gyu hasn't come home in 2 hours, and it's only 6 stops from the shop to his house. He must have gotten off the bus. From a cloud of cigarette smoke, Shin questions if a man under investigation would really act so wild, but Saw is positive that he's capable of it. He is instinctively crazy. But Shin fires back that Saw seems like the crazy one. He needs to stop. Once those DNA tests arrive, it's over for Hyun-gyu. Saw runs his hands through his hair, lamenting in a whisper that he let him go, and Shin shouts at him not to be so upset. You gotta understand.
What?
You gotta understand, man.
I understand we're waiting for the paper, but please understand that someone else could get hurt.
Exactly.
While we're waiting for that.
He's still free right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can't play the long game.
Yeah, no, not
We
with
don't
this.
know where he is. Sol Young is still walking down the road alone. She hesitates before stepping into an area shrouded by the woods on both sides. Panning over her, we see that someone is hiding in the trees, watching her. Someone walks past Sol Young in a school uniform, clutching the straps of her backpack when she passes, and we see that it's So Hyun. The gaze from the tree shifts from Sol Young to her. A man sprints out of the woods and silently snatches So Hyun off the street, tackling her quietly into the grass on the other side of the road. Sol Young turns at this small sound, but when she doesn't see anything out of the ordinary, she faces forward and continues her walk. Distantly, an alarm begins to blare, and the chemist immediately switches off the lights to the pharmacy. More shops are closed and lights are switched off as the killer carries So-hyun through the trees, gagged and tied up, stripped down to her underclothes. He opens various containers from her backpack, revealing her innocent belongings, pencils and pens, a metal spork, and then a razor. A voice echoes that this is a civil defense drill. A blackout is called for all buildings and houses. The killer lays out his instruments, the razor, a pen, the spork. So-hyun looks from these up to him with wet eyes, whimpering against her gag. Saw stands in the street, his panting breaths fogging in front of him in the cold night air. Behind him, the businesses obey the order, sliding their doors closed and turning off their lights. And unbeknownst to all of them, so close by, the killer leans over So-hyun in the privacy of the trees, and it fades to black.
This sequence is so effective.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're so worried for So-hyun, and you don't know what could befall her. And then it just immediately makes this switch. And it's all the more terrifying.
Yes, yes.
And the way that she is taken, the way that the shot just lingers on this empty road.
Yeah.
It makes you think of that phrase, in plain sight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then literally so close to the town, just within the trees, unbeknownst to anyone.
Yeah.
The most horrific thing is happening.
It was one of those moments for me that was like, damn, that was fast.
Yeah.
So
like
fast.
that. Yeah, I was like, that was quick. That could have been anybody.
Bong said that he really wanted to maintain a sense of mystery and really anonymity at this point, like depending on how you feel about Hyun-gyu, whether he did it or not. And so there are 3 different actors portraying the killer in this short scene. There's one actor watching from the trees, one actor snatching her off the road, one actor carrying her through the woods, and one of them is the actor that portrays Hyun-gyu.
Yeah.
But they all are similar in stature, but there's nothing that stands out that you're like, oh, that is Hyun-gyu. That's his hair.
Right.
That's his ear. That's his hand. Whatever. It always changes. And even the man running out of the rice earlier, the really scary shot, that's somebody completely different. So we never get a good look. We never know. And even in this really short sequence, he's 3 different men.
Yeah.
So it really maintains that this could be anyone.
Okay.
Not to bring it up again, but that device was similarly utilized in Zodiac. Because what they did there is they had everybody fitting the description of who was described at each crime scene.
Right.
But here, it's very interesting to actually use the actor that we're suspecting in some of the shots. But I will say, and it's a perfect little segue into this small section that I wanted to talk about the composer and the score of this film.
Right.
And it will make sense that I'm making this connection in just a second.
Okay.
But Bong had always been a massive fan of Japanese film scores. And so through his love of Japanese film is how he found the composer for Memories of Murder. There was this guy, Taro Iwashiro, and he had composed a score for an animated film that Bong loved. And so he got in contact with him, and he kind of gave him the rundown of what he was looking for the score. And after they had talked through a bunch of ideas and he got the main theme written, he said that the rest of it, he really wanted to make sure that none of it was one-dimensional. Like a funny scene would happen and so the music would be funny, or a scary scene would happen and the music would be scary.
Okay.
That it's kind of this almost ambiguous thing, or that it has its own feel that is kind of divorced from the obvious tones that you would get from the scene.
Right.
But the most important thing, and it goes hand in hand with what you were saying, Nay, is the biggest clue that he gave him, or the biggest anchor, is what Iwashiro called it, was he said, I don't ever want the music to reveal the killer.
Okay.
I want you to be writing from the perspective of the killer, not us seeing him.
Okay.
Which makes a lot of sense because it's like, imagine that interrogation scene with this guy who we are suspecting.
If he had a theme.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's like this, pieces of it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Right.
And so to have that, it's like, that makes perfect sense.
Right.
But this scene actually was the last scene that they had scored because Bong couldn't seem to find the right tone to strike from all the music that Iwashiro had sent him before.
Mm-hmm.
And so from the main theme that he had composed, he literally used one chord as a reprise of the main theme for the entirety of this sequence. And as you hear it, it really is just like this tense kind of a march.
Yeah.
And it fits perfectly
Yes.
with everything that we're seeing and how somehow utilizing this small portion of the main theme can still be so tragic.
Yeah.
It's pouring rain as Saw walks through the woods the next morning. The other officers around him are shielded under black umbrellas, but the rain falls directly onto Saw, soaking him to the bone as he stares forward. Namju sobs as she is dragged away, and soon after is So Hyun's wailing mother, who has to be pulled back by 2 officers. Saw finds Park, stumbling dazedly from the scene, and the 2 barely lock eyes as Park passes him. Shin stands under his umbrella, staring forward as the journalist thrusts his recorder toward his face. Will you be making any special investigation into this incident? Shin gently lowers the recorder and walks away. Another officer runs away from the scene to vomit onto sodden leaf-littered ground. Saw continues to approach steadily, pushing past a man fully recording with the TV camera as investigators look over the body. When one points out that a ballpoint pen has been inserted into her, Saw sees who it is. So Hyun lies gray in the grass, still restrained and gone. Her eyes stare blindly. Saw looks up at the gathered people watching intently and huddled under umbrellas before lowering his eyes back down. The investigators mutter about an old Band-Aid. It's the Band-Aid Saw himself applied to her, and as they pull it away, it sticks stubbornly to her skin before coming free. Saw's brow creases at this, and he takes another long look at So Hyun's face. He reaches down to pull the hem of her top down and the band of her bottoms up, concealing the bare skin of her back. As he is yelled at for touching the body, Saw turns and walks away from the crime scene. His jaw clenched, he stomps past Park, who smokes his cigarette and looks after him with some alarm. Saw doesn't break his stride, passing the tunnel and going directly to Hyungwoo's apartment. He rips the door open and finds Hyungwoo curled up, asleep in the middle of the floor. He wakes when Saw enters and only has time to say, "What?" before Saw kicks him in the face.
He was slipping for a while, Saw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you knew it being her was just going to break him completely.
Oh,
Broke
yeah.
him is
And how
word.
could it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think even if he was still level-headed, seeing that would have been the end. I was like, God damn. I don't even hate to say that I don't even blame him for freaking out now, but it's like, dude, God damn, you just talked to that kid.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was telling you stuff, trying to help whatever with the outhouse or whatnot, and again, you did put the Band-Aid on, and you're like, you're a kid, dude, like, chill out.
Yeah.
And that was a little tough.
It's unimaginable. It's so awful. We cut to Saw whooping Hyungwoo's ass on the train tracks, knocking him down and then forcing him back up again, cursing him, kicking him, demanding that he get back up. He forces Hyungwoo over to the opening of the tunnel, wondering, is he even human? He punches him in the face and Hyungwoo takes the beating, crying out but not fighting back. Looking over him, Saw asserts that no one would care if he killed him. In a shot from inside the tunnel, Saw unfastens the gun at his waist and raises it, pointing it down at a kneeling Hyungwoo in silhouette.
This shot is so gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's easily one of the best shots in the film, and you get so much from it, being so deep within the tunnel, seeing this silhouette. It's like Saw's descent and him becoming a shadow of himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rain pouring down his face, he demands that Hyungwoo admits that he killed them. He killed all those women. He screams, kicking Hyungwoo again in the face, kicking at him again and again until he crumbles into a ditch. Blood pours down Hyungwoo's lips as he looks up at him in the pelting rain. Yeah, I killed them. I killed all those women. Saw stares down at him, breathing heavily, and Hyungwoo asks, That's what you want to hear, right? Do you feel better? Saw loads his gun, and Hyung-Goo's slick hand finds a sharp rock. With a cry, he swings, batting Saw's gun away. It clatters to the rocks lining the train tracks, and Saw cradles his bleeding hand.
When he said that, my eyebrows just...
Yeah.
I was like, is he really admitting to it? And the fact that he's not, this is a very dangerous game to play.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Suddenly, Park comes sprinting toward them, clutching a large envelope in his hand. As Saw starts to beat Hyun-Goo again, Park screams that the papers have come from America. He hands them over to Saw and starts kicking Hyun-Goo in his place. He's like, look, I'll take your life.
You check.
I was like, please. Jesus Christ. Saw hurries to the covering of the tunnel as he rips open the envelope. He mutters to himself, "You asshole, you fucker, you mocked us, didn't you?" Smearing the papers with the blood from his injured hand, Saw's breath catches, and he's drained of his rage as he reads the results. Park is cinching cuffs around Hyun-Goo's wrists when he notices this, and he asks sincerely, "What's wrong?" Saw looks up at him before dropping his eyes back to the paper. Tears roll down his face, mingling with the rain as he reads the conclusion from director Clarence M. Kelly. Since the DNA fingerprint of the suspect Park Hyun-Goo does not correspond exactly to that semen sample found in the victim's body, it cannot be said conclusively that the suspect is the murderer. Specimen from E1 to E5 are returned herewith.
There are no words.
No.
Because it all seemed so clear that it's just obviously him.
It feels like another, I think we fucked up.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude, there's no way. Do we just want it that bad that we just see this dude this way?
It's possible.
That's the question. Yeah.
But he seems like he's playing along too, so I don't...
Yeah, there are times. And that interrogation, him and his little turtleneck, it's
yeah,
like, dude,
that's what I'm saying.
you are
like,
so obviously a serial killer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I go back and forth. I watched it, and in my mind, he's guilty as sin.
Yeah.
I rewatched it, and I'm like, I don't know.
I think, but maybe it is through the lens that you're watching it.
Yeah.
Because if you are in the same mindset as Saw and Park, you're like, well, he disappeared that night exactly when, you know, all this stuff. But then literally, how did we find him? He was sleeping in his apartment.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Well, he's all tuckered out after a night of
killing
murder.
someone.
Yeah.
But, well, again, which lens?
Yeah.
Because it could just be simply that. He went to the bar, sat there lonely and sad, much like how he feels when he listens to this song.
Yeah.
And then he went home. So it's like...
Well, he's got 2 hours missing.
He does.
He did. Yeah.
He went for a long walk in the rain. Alone.
Yeah.
Sadly.
All right.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it is very interesting that the last person to die is someone so close to Saw.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you playing a game?
Yeah.
It's Bong had even said in an interview I read, I don't know if he said anything definitively since, but that he doesn't even know. And the actor that plays Hyun-Goo is convinced that he's innocent, that he just hates the police and the detectives and the way that they terrorize the people of the area and the way that they conduct their investigations, the way that they lie.
Yeah.
And he has
Which
every
tracks.
right.
Yeah. Totally tracks.
And if you are attempting, if it is him and he's trying to get away with it, he should not be doing anything that night.
No. Yeah, no.
You know? So again, what do you believe?
I don't know.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Saw's tears dot the paper. His lips tremble as he pleads that this has to be some kind of mistake. The dramatic score swells as he drops the paperwork, determining that this document is a lie. He doesn't need it. And we're talking about his transformation and how much he's changed when he's the one that has said again and again, the documents don't lie, the documents don't lie, the documents don't lie. And now that it is, you know, contradicting something that he's so sure of, they do lie. It means nothing.
Yeah. Well, I think too, for a lot of it, he's the only one that's really trying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm sure this does feel like a kick in the pants to be like, it's like,
Yeah.
And you know, he's been doing all the work.
And a reason to that point, a reason that Bong said that he cut that backstory of him kind of botching this serial murder investigation in Seoul was because when we get to this conclusion, he didn't want the audience to infer that Saw somehow fucked this up.
Okay.
And so I was like, okay, I kind of get that.
Yeah.
I kind of get why you would cut that out now.
Right.
But if that is an aspect to his story, like I can't even, that just adds, puts it on steroids.
Yeah.
With Hyun-gyu restrained, Park rushes to gather the papers up and see them for himself. He's blurry behind Saw as the detective walks away, but looking at the English results leaves Park confused. He asks Saw, "What does it say?" He drops the papers too and returns to Hyun-gyu, snatching him up and accusing, "It really wasn't you?" He forces Hyun-gyu to look forward, demanding, "Look in my eyes." The gun still lies in the rocks of the tracks, with Saw silent as he snatches it up. Park is still holding Hyun-gyu's bleeding face to his, reading him with his magic eyes when Saw approaches from behind and points the gun at Hyun-gyu's face. Very quickly, the tracks that they are standing on are real train tracks, active train tracks.
Oh.
And they said that it was so freezing cold that the rain that they were putting down, Song Kang-ho said that it felt like the rain was like piercing through his skull when it would fall on them.
Oh.
They had really thin suits underneath their clothes to keep them from being soaked because they were out here doing this again and again.
Mm-hmm.
But it was so cold that the rain was freezing as soon as it hit the tracks. And since this is a real track, they had brought blow torches to blow or to melt the ice and then dry the tracks, because if for some reason they're standing on this filming and then they need to jump away, if you slip and fall, that's kind of a hazard.
Yes.
So yeah, they went through it to do this scene.
Damn.
Still holding Hyun-gyu's chin with one hand, Park grabs the barrel of Saw's gun with the other, using all of his strength to push it down to point it at the ground. Hyun-gyu stares right at us, trembling in the rain with a cold expression. Park stares back at him, whispering fiercely, "Look into my eyes." A tear escapes Park's eyes as he's forced to admit, "Fuck, I don't know." He questions Hyun-gyu's humanity. "Do you get up each morning too?" Finally, he whispers for him to go. "Go, fucker."
The performance on behalf of the actor playing Hyun-gyu.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Because you are Park in this moment trying to inspect any small anything.
Mm-hmm.
And the expression on his face is so unreadable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To anything. I was waiting for a small, like, slight tilt of his, like a smile.
Yeah.
Right.
Anything. There is nothing.
I get it. I just think that I wish the tiniest bit his stare meant something a little more, because it's like you have not shown that that's done anything this movie. You just keep saying that you can
Well,
see.
he caught
He caught what?
The panties?
underwear? Because he bent over?
Well, he was staring at his ass.
Hello?
But he didn't know
That
his-
was a different eyes.
He didn't
Those
know
were
his
different eyes.
face though, and he knew looking at him that it was him. He
whenever
did do
they
that. Yes,
that
when
is
they
true.
lined him up.
That is true.
He did do that.
remembered his height and all that. That's
His
not.
height.
I'm
We've
not
been
giving
chasing
him
him.
that much credit. Yeah, we chased him for some blocks. I remember.
Well, he drank his water pretty cockily.
No,
He did.
He did?
He did
Yeah.
because it worked.
he looked at him.
I've read online a lot that this line that he delivers, "Do you get up each morning too?" is mistranslated and misunderstood because of a common greeting in Korea. From my understanding is have you eaten? Or are you eating? It's just like a term of endearment. Like, are you taking care of yourself? Or you
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah.
And this was improvised by Song Kang-ho and could be taken as, they're saying that, I've read that is what he's saying. Not do you get up each morning too, but like, are you eating? Or do you eat rice and go about your day, basically?
Yeah.
And he's saying, It could be that he's seeing a humanity in him and saying like, oh fuck, like you're like me, you're just a guy, like you. Or he can be saying like, you do these atrocities and you go about your life, you're still taking care of yourself, you're still, going on just like I am. So it's still just this sense of ambiguity, but like could be a moment of Park being like, because it's like they don't at the beginning really see these suspects as other people. And so just this moment of like, are you taking care of yourself? Are you like what the just wrestling of like, and this invincibility, the secret power that he thinks he has, even having to admit, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
So it's like, it's very powerful.
Yeah. Okay.
I think either way that it's meant, it's really effective.
Yes,
yeah.
Because it's very impactful to think of that way.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it's also conveyed, like, the translation that we get, do you get up each morning too? It's kind of like, are you like me? Like, like, I think that it comes through, and I think that they probably didn't translate it directly because people in other countries don't know that like term of endearment or that colloquialism. Right. So, because people were very upset about that. Oh. But I understand it, but I just wanted to add a little bit of context from what I've read because, again, unfortunately, I don't speak Korean. But I thought that was very interesting. And again, another fucking swish from Song Kang-ho.
Yeah.
Tears fall from Hyun-gyu's eyes as Park still holds him firmly. But when a train's horn blares, Park lets go of him and pushes him to the side of the tracks. He grabs Saw and they fall to the other side. The train rolls by, destroying the American lab results on the tracks. Saw stares at this, the gun still in his grip. And when the train finally goes by, Hyun-gyu is no longer there. Saw spots him, sprinting down the dark tunnel with his hand still cuffed behind his back. Before Park can stop him, Saw fires. Park grabs onto him, throwing the bullets off target, and they ricochet brightly against the shadowy walls. Hyun-gyu lies in a heap on the track before raising his bleeding head and eyeing the detectives. And with his hands behind his back, he walks away from them down the center of the tracks. I thought he shot him for a second.
I did too.
Yeah, for a second.
He is stealing our handcuffs. We
yeah.
Can we hold him for that?
Just for a couple more days. Park doubles over, catching his breath, deciding that that's enough. But Saw can't take his eyes off of Hyun-gyu, disappearing into the darkness of the tunnel, the metal around his wrists glinting until he can't be seen at all. And from his vantage, detectives Saw and Park are dark silhouettes against the gray sky at the opening of the tunnel, and it fades to black.
What an entire sequence.
Yeah.
The tension from Saw at the murder scene all the way through. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Again, this movie, I know this isn't, or it doesn't seem like this is something that I would be into, but, me and your sister had talked before. We had worked on it for the show, and I told her the thing is, I know I'm not much for bleak and crime dramas and whatever, but if the story's good, I'm gonna pay attention.
Right.
I can't knock something for me staying engaged and me enjoying it. There's a lot in this movie that is really, really pretty, but it's also a really good story in what we're doing. Yeah, it feels like they're buffoons sometimes and they're fumbling a lot of stuff. But then again, we get towards the end and it's like, okay, they are trying. Mm-hmm. They are trying to figure this out. And this is a fucking blow. Yeah. Like a major blow to what we just all went through, what we did, our actual work. And it's like, fuck, what do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
There is a cut scene here because we are about to jump into the future, where Park is leaving the station. Like he's done. He's moving on. And so he's kind of saying his goodbyes and he goes down into the basement and Saw is still sitting at the interrogation table across from an empty chair. And he tells him goodbye. He shakes his hand and Saw looks terrible. And Park leaves and Saw sits for a moment just with the light of the lamp and he's crying and he's alone in the basement, but somebody comes up behind him and puts a hand on his shoulder and Saw turns and looks up and it was meant we don't know who it is. We don't know if it's Hyun-gyu. We don't know, who, whatever. I read somebody positing that it's evil itself.
Oh.
And Bong said that they had put so much into that scene, but it felt supernatural, and it would be the only supernatural thing in the film. And so he was heartbroken to do it, but that he did get rid of it.
Okay, but I understand that.
Yeah. The only thing that bums me out is like we never see Saw again.
No.
And this is a really hard place to leave him, you know? Yeah. But it's like, what, you know, he probably goes back to Seoul and goes back to work.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks.
Yeah.
It really sucks. In 2003, we find Park at a dining table, dressed with a tie around his neck and eyeglasses on. He sits between his son and daughter, played by Yoo Chi-hyuk and Kang Jin-hee. His son munches on jellied toast, and his daughter texts on a flip phone in her lap. Park accuses, "You played computer games all night, huh? Did you or didn't you?" When his son declines to answer, Park tells him to look into his eyes. He notes that they're all bloodshot. Still, he asks if he plays well. If he's not going to study, he might as well be good at games. And if he's not going to study, he needs to go out and get exercise, sitting all night in front of the computer. Park's wife, Sol Young, comes and sits with her family reading a newspaper. When their son denies staying up all night, Park scoffs at this. "You think you can fool my eyes?" But Sol Young tisks. If he says he didn't do it, she believes him.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Later, Park sits in the back of a van in his suit, surrounded by boxes of green power juice extractors. He tells someone on the phone that 2 days ago, a manager called his company and he kept saying, "You can't do this to people. It's not fair." You wouldn't believe him. He asks, "Did I do anything wrong?" Park smiles, boasting that he's on the road right now with their new product. He decides that they can have dinner with that upset manager. It's been a while. But when he spots something out the window, he asks the driver, played by Kim Chol-young, to pull over. With the van in the blurry distance behind him, Park walks down a dirt road with sprawling rice fields on either side. He takes off his jacket as he goes, but he comes to a stop when his eyes fall upon a familiar-looking culvert. Park steps off the road, squatting down to peer inside, just as he did 17 years ago. He takes off his glasses to get a better look, but this time, mercifully, the ditch is empty. He sees clear through to the other side, and his gaze lingers. He's startled when a young girl, played by Jung In-sun, speaks up from behind him. "Is something in there?" He sits on the side of the ditch and looks up at her, sliding his glasses into his shirt pocket when he asks, "What?" Holding the straps of her backpack, the girl asks again, "Is there anything in there?" Park smiles that he's just looking, but the girl says that it's so weird. A while back, a man was here looking into that same hole. Park's smile drops. The girl continues that she asked him the same question. She asked him why he was looking in there. Park suppresses his eagerness. What did he say? The girl tries to remember. What was it? Right. He remembered doing something here a long time ago, so he came back to take a look. The two stand in silence, looking at each other as the wind whips through the mature rice. Park looks away before asking the girl, "Did you see his face?" She nods. Watching her intently, he inquires, "What did he look like?" The girl recalls that he looked kind of plain. Park presses, "In what way?" The girl ponders, "Well, ordinary." Park's eyes dart as he takes this information in. The girl watches him, and for a moment, Park's features twitch with resurfacing emotion. Suddenly, he turns to look at us, tears welling as he breaks the fourth wall, accusing us, accusing the watching killer with his magic eyes. It cuts to black. Memories of Murder by Taro Iwashiro plays, and the credits roll over the waving rice and the darkly clouded sky until the clouds clear and the bright blue finally shines through. So, what did you guys think of Memories of Murder? Before you answer, though, would anyone like to hear how the real case concluded?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I am going to be talking about real life crimes, not explicitly, but if you want to jump forward a few minutes, 2-3 minutes, I'll go as fast as I can. So a lot of the details of the heinous crimes were true, as I said, and it was still unsolved. When they finally got DNA, it had to be sent off to Japan instead of America, like in the film, but there was still no match to any of the suspects. And this was saying a lot because there had been thousands and thousands and thousands of suspects. The only headway they made was a confession of a man named Yoon, who they ended up convicting for one of the murders. The murder of the teenage girl was deemed as a copycat killing because it wasn't the same as the rest of them. And he was sent away for that. So fast forward to 2019. Yes, only 7 years ago when they got a DNA match on Lee Chun-jae. And he was already in prison for the rape and murder of his sister-in-law in 1994. The match connected him to one of the murders, and he would end up confessing not only to all 10 of the Hwasong murders, but 4 extra murders that hadn't been linked in the serial killings and more than 30 rapes. And that admitted copycat killing, it wasn't a copycat killing, it was also him.
Oh my God.
So I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that because of the statute of limitations in Korea, Lee was not able to be convicted of any of these killings because too much time had passed. But he will already be spending the rest of his life in prison. He is still alive. He'll be spending the rest of his life in prison for the crime that he was already imprisoned for. And the good news is that after a retrial where Lee actually took the stand to confess and apologize to him, Yoon was acquitted.
Good.
After having served 20 years for a crime that he didn't commit, he was finally free. He blew the whistle on the police brutality and the coercion that resulted in his confession. He's not the only person to say this either, and there were reports of some of the suspects being treated so horribly by the detectives that they would later take their own lives.
Oh my God.
Damn.
As for Lee, he expressed that he couldn't believe he hadn't been caught sooner. He was acting purely on his own impulses, and he wasn't even really trying to hide it. He said that the murders were happening all around him, but anytime he interacted with the police or was questioned, they were asking him about somebody else. When Bong found out that he'd been identified, he didn't even know how to process everything that he was feeling. He had invested so much into researching this case and trying to put the pieces together himself that he had spent so much time imagining what this man would look like and even looking him in the eye. He had so many questions for him and not the legal questions that he was being asked. He didn't understand how a person could do what he had done and live with it. So he tried to go see him in prison, but with all the rules and procedure, he wasn't able to. Memories of Murder ends with Detective Park looking directly at us. And when Bong conceived this ending, he thought of the very real possibility that the actual killer would be watching this one day and that maybe he would be moved to confess what he had done. Ironically, Lee did watch the film in prison. His reaction? Quote, "I felt nothing while watching it. The killings were never really on my mind, and I seldom connected myself to them in my thoughts." End quote.
Wow.
So real fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah. But I was fascinated, and I feel so horribly for Yoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said that he had never, in the articles I read, he didn't even make it through elementary school, and he had had polio as a child, and so had a very bad limp. It was difficult for him to get around. Like they just fucking took insane advantage of this man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so many of the things that like are in Memories of Murder turned out to be proven true so many years later.
Yeah.
But it's just, it was just astounding. But I just wanted to,
Jeez.
to share that. But what did you guys think of Memories of Murder?
I did really enjoy this movie. Like I said not too long ago, usually true crime, sometimes isn't my thing, and having a bleak ending is, or you know what I mean? It's like you guys you did try, but we got nowhere. But this movie does something that's really, I don't want to say cool, but it is cool to me, because I am paying attention, but I'm really worried about the people we're following.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Park, again, I know you're doing stupid shit and you're not great, but I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Cho was funny, but he was also bad.
Oh my God.
Saw was good. And
Yes.
I know he did change towards the end, but I feel like that was more frustration. You know what I mean? And us meeting Park already not doing a good job, I was like, dude, he's probably frustrated because he's trying to do shit and you guys aren't doing anything. And then now this is fault. You know what I mean? It's just, it's like, God damn, dude, you guys couldn't catch a break. Like, you guys couldn't catch a break. But the movie does a really good job of keeping you there. Like I said, it kept me invested. Like, I want to know what's going to happen. I do care about this community. I want to see more of what's being taken, or like what precautions are being taken to stop this or to help, because anytime we do something, we're just too late. Like, the door closes and we just don't get to see it.
Yeah.
And it is very heartbreaking, but again, damn, the movie does a good job of keeping me wanting to know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that this is honestly, I would call this a masterpiece.
It's good.
I think that it's just incredible. Everything that Bong did, the meticulous research, the details in all the technical aspects. I can't sing the praises of Song Kang-ho enough. And I think that it's so interesting to learn of all these things that were kind of his doing as well. His improvisations, his ideas that made it into the film.
Yeah.
I did also, the song that plays at the end of the film, that was also Song Kang-ho's idea.
Okay.
And he contacted Iwashiro and asked if he could write a song like that for the ending.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Yeah.
And watching the skies, like the clouds finally part, it is just like, it gives you goosebumps.
And you put yourself in the shoes of these detectives, not Cho's shoes.
No, please no.
But like the way that everything unfolds, it's exactly as you're saying.
Yeah.
And especially Saw, who is the entire time doing his damnedest. And then he kind of, unfortunately, breaks bad.
Yeah.
But with what he has been through and what everything is pointing towards, how you can't blame him.
Yeah, he got beat up walking into town.
Yeah, he did.
By one of them.
He did. Yeah,
Yeah, it was Park.
It was. Yeah, he got kicked in the chest.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Like, he's had a wild go of it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the other thing is, like, for how bleak it is, how dark it feels, the humor is there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In such an interesting way, and it I think it makes the film oddly human.
Yeah.
Because you feel all of this emotion coming from all these different places, and none of it ever feels misplaced. None of it ever feels forced. And I will never, whenever I had said earlier that it stays with you, the ending.
Yeah.
That last shot, you can't help but like sit frozen. It stays with you in a very interesting way. And we've set it up the entire film.
Yeah.
This is Park's thing. And then for it to be the closer is just very, very impactful filmmaking, screenwriting. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
I don't think I can say enough.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think that I would agree, masterpiece. Not that we're the first people to ever say that, but I 1000% agree. I think that Bong is so brilliant, and I think that this is such a difficult project. I know I've already said that, but like him having the guts to take this on with one feature film under his belt is just astonishing to me, and be able to make what he did is incredible.
Yeah.
I can't point at anything that I'm like, oh, it would be great if not for this part. You know what I mean? I understand that we need the ambiguity for the sake of realism, because that's what really was happening. But also, if this were a purely fiction film, I still think it would be brilliant to conclude it in this way and even leave us like, wait, what? Like, just your mind is swimming, and just the thought that this dude Park is yapping on his phone and laughing, and he's like, oh, let me go, you know what I mean, take a peek, and this little girl unwittingly, spilling this information of, oh no, he's still out there, Dave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that is, it's fucking terrible, because how do you go now, eat dinner, sell your fucking juicers, and then go home to your family and not have this gnawing away at you for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
And this idea of him being just a regular guy.
Yeah.
He could have passed this man dozens of times through the years.
Yeah.
Never known.
It's just, I don't know. It's purely a work of brilliance. And all of it, the performances, the sets, the music, the color palette, everything. I've got no complaints. So I'm going to go ahead and lead us into a very surprising ratings section. Like I said, I could go on all day, and just the respect that I feel was still paid in such a tragic and awful real story. I'm just in awe. I loved this movie even when I didn't realize that aspect of it. But knowing that, and being able to watch from a vantage point that this is solved, you know what I mean? And also tragic way, like just it's just I can't, I'm stammering through my words. It's just an amazing film. I'm glad that you guys were able to take a bleak walk with me for my birthday. I'm very grateful. And I'm really glad that we covered this and got to talk about it, because I feel like not enough people have seen it. Like people in my, day to day have never even heard of this for the most part. So hopefully, at least a few more people watched it and enjoyed it, because it's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on a scale from 1 to 10 cruelly coerced confessions, I am giving Memories of Murder, hold your jaws firmly in place, 10 out of 10 cruelly coerced confessions. This movie is incredible. It's bleak, it's dark, it's still somehow funny, still, led by these characters that feel like real people, whether you like them or not. The poetic justice of Cho's fucking leg. It's all, it's amazing. It's incredible. And I will now open up the floor to you.
Yeah, no, I don't think I need to say anymore. And like I said, I know I said something about Park stare, like him, like I can see you, look in my eyes. And again, that's more personal. That's for me. I would have just liked something. Again, you're a shitty cop, but you do have this know how to look at people and see inside of them or something. But it was just like, oh, you got lucky and seen his underwear. I was like, okay. But
let's stop undercutting what he did there.
He kicked people too, all right?
No, he did.
He did.
But
he's also terrible.
Yeah. But again, it doesn't take away from how good you do sit there and you're like, come on, man, what are you doing? Park, get it together. Like again, we are watching them do their job poorly, but they're doing it. And you do grow, I don't want to say attached, but you are worried about them. I stated a minute ago, this really isn't my kind of movie. But I don't really have anything else really bad to say, or anything other than, like I said, I wish he could see better, whatever crime or he was looking at. But I really enjoyed this. I'm glad that we got to cover it too, because I watched it the one time with you, babe, and that was it. And I don't know when we would have watched it again, So I'm really glad that we got a chance to cover it for your birthday, you know what I mean? And just a chance to watch it and dive into it. But I really did enjoy this movie. But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, cruelly coerced confessions,
yes,
I'm going to give Memories of Murder a 7.5 out of 10. I did like this movie, and I know that might seem low, a little too low for you guys.
It is.
But again, this is not something that I'm gonna watch. You know what I mean? A lot.
It's not your style.
Right, it's just not my style. The movie's great. It's phenomenal. But yeah, true crime and bleakness is not really something that I like to dabble too much into. It gets too sad sometimes.
No, I get it.
I don't want to be sad.
And this is rough.
Yeah.
What's going on is rough.
But it is, what you're saying is true. The care that they took putting into this movie and what they did, even if this was all fictional, I'm hooked, period, still. Like, that was a really damn good story you told.
It's you talking about the respect as well, just how darkly funny this film is at times, and they we're never laughing at the victims. We're never laughing at the crimes even. That's never funny, ever.
No.
I mean, it is very respectful.
And being able to come off with the terror and whatever, we don't ever see any of these kills.
Yeah.
We don't ever see, like, no kind of blunt force trauma other than dude getting the gun smacked out of his hand, but and them kicking people. But, like, to the victims and stuff.
Yeah.
We don't see that, and we're still like, fuck.
It's
like,
horrible.
Damn.
I feel like, again, that's the connective tissue that I understand whenever people do compare this film to Zodiac. And when I say compare the film to Zodiac, I don't mean like you said that other people are. I mean in the way that they are both these really, really dark crime thrillers that still have heart, humanity, and humor in them, and are enthralling and engrossing.
Yeah.
And you never at all feel as if there's any disrespect being paid to the people who suffered through these actual crimes.
Yeah.
So I do see the overlap there completely. And I don't really feel as though I need to say so much, because I think that we've kind of been gushing about this film the entire time. I just wanted to highlight one last time the cinematography.
Yeah.
Because there are several shots in this film that are just so gorgeous and will just stay with you forever.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Kwan, the officer beneath the umbrella in the rain. I'm thinking about the tunnel sequence at the end of the film. There's so much stuff that is just like, this is going to be like imprinted on my mind. And when you think of your favorite shots that you've ever seen in cinema, some of them are in Memories of Murder.
Yeah.
That drop kick.
That was great
that
too.
too.
Yeah. They knew what they were doing. But I don't know. I just think that the dedication of everyone involved, the respect paid to the people who deserve that respect paid to them, the craftsmanship, the creativity, and the technique in all that was accomplished here.
Yeah.
Whether that's the performances, Bong's attention to detail, the direction, like, it's just an incredible film. And the score.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. It's such a beautiful score. And that main theme,
Yeah.
I just love it so much. I don't even think that it'll come as a surprise for me either. But I will still say it. Out of 10 cruelly coerced confessions, I'm going to give Memories of Murder 10 cruelly coerced confessions out of 10.
No way.
That's a surprise.
Yeah.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Memories of Murder, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, a dishonest shortcut will only make a hard journey longer. Practicing honesty with yourself is the only way to capture the elusive truth. So keep that in mind for a rainy day. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thames, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer P, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen,
Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Peña, Danielle Wright, Chuck D., Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M., Morgan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jaden Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Munford, Evil Chris, Rex Term Raul,
Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Skin Deep, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Almos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Mesquites, Jennifer Hager, Brian Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker-Focker, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samara Samuels, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, Kimberly Martinez, James Floyd, Estefany, Hope Mowry, Abe the Camel, DGS, J. Taylor Art UK, Robert Murdoch, GQ, Danielle Carter, Jason Moore, please, Emily Jeffries, Joey Monda, Madison Besaw, Jasmine, Midnight Martini, Victor Rushing, Gavin Annette, Jennifer Monahan, Beetle Babley, Lucille Brooker, Tono and Tone, Mick K. Dingus, Brian Highsmith, Abigail Spitzer, Christina Juarez, Billy Williams, Robert Quadriguez, Wispy Rainbow, Bionic Shoulder Blade, Zachary Luke, Squid Fart, Amy Goodman, Spooky Gal 89, Alyssa Defoe, Trev Heron, Vicky Worgan, Brooke Ball, Jason, Ryan Skelton, Sage Pearsell, Elizabeth Salvamoan, Seed, Funny Bearded Guy, Ronnie Ortega Chavita, Puck/Annie, Trauma Llama, Ashling O'Leary, Jake Guajardo, Danny Landeros, Jamie Peel, Desiree Rose, Maija B, I'm Only Here for Aliens, TJ Schroeder, Kaylee RV, Rachel B, William Grant Livingston, Disco Tumor MD, Bimbo Yaga, and Such a Horror. Thank you so much.
Thank each and every one of you.
Yes, thank you all. And believe us when we say y'all are the best, because you can't fool these eyes.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah. See, it was true.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Nay.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Until next time.